welcome colleagues. Come in, walk in, walk in, walk in. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Thank you, thank you. Left, right, left, right, left, right. Before you know it, you are at your table. Okay, colleagues, morning. Morning, everyone. This very welcome. My name is Tabelo Maja. Try this. Distance. My name is Tabelo Maja. I'll be the program director for that very important. Welcome. Very excited to see spirits, friends. As you know, we are also friends. A study the resurgence of COVID. All know we now are talking about the new variant. Scientists tell us how infectious, but all the people on the internet telling us that what is called the fourth wave. I hope you were able to watch President last. I'm sure we don't have to repeat this, it's in our hands. All of us, it's in our hands. Our lives are in our hands. So I'm going to appeal quite upfront that those of you who are with us physically here, please continue to social distance. We've tried our best to arrange the venue such that it makes it possible for you to social distance. We have sanitizers around. Continue to sanitize, wash your hands as frequently as possible so that we don't become a super spreader. This event is quite important because we haven't been able to the past host a public service trainers forum that is focused on what we call the art of facilitation. The reason why we chose this theme because, as you all know, the National School of Government, on behalf of the Ministry for Public Service and Administration, has been leading a very important project that is part of the medium-term strategic framework priority number 1, which is around the professionalization of the public sector. It was gazetted, it was approved by Cabinet last year. In November, it was gazetted by the Minister in December last year. Many of you have joined us in the consultation processes that we've been running. What we anticipate in terms of the professionalization of the public sector is that as a National School of Government, going forward, we are going to have to be much more worried and much more hands-on on how our public sector trainers are professionalized. We are going to have to put in place systems, processes that will ensure that those who are tasked with training public servants are themselves properly prepared and properly professionalized. So that is why we chose the theme that we have for this week in the Public Service Trainers Forum. We have a number of you here. It's a hybrid conference. We have over 100 people that have joined us online. So since we are all now in the room, I'm going to request that we begin properly by asking everybody, both physically and virtually, to stand up so that we can have the national anthem. Stand up, please. Thank you very much. You may be seated. I'm going to start by inviting the principal of the National School of Government, Professor Busani Ngcaweni, to come forward and welcome you formally to this event. Professor Ngcaweni.
Good morning, colleagues. So, take off my mask. I just want to be free to move around. The program director has indicated that some of us were taking a bit longer to stand up. So, maybe if one moves around, we'll be able to revitalize. Good morning to all of you, starting with the program director, Dr. Bochabelo Maja, who will be leading us today. Dr. Shezi, where is Soraya? There she is. I'm acknowledging these colleagues because they are the ones who organized and they brought us here this morning. So I must start with them. Then I must acknowledge colleagues from the EU NSG desk. I see Odette is there. And then the other colleagues from the EU, they might be on the Zoom platform. Otherwise, are they here? Anyone else from the EU? Those are our blessers. So always acknowledge your blesser. Otherwise, you may have to get out of my car, if you know what I mean. But they are joining online. And then I must also acknowledge the rest of the colleagues, the team, that made sure that we organized this gathering here today. Welcome to all of you, those of you who woke up early, those of you who slept here, and those who are joining us through the Zoom platform. We also acknowledge our minister, Minister Dlodlo, who's joining through the Zoom platform, as well as the Deputy Minister Chana Majek, who's also joining us through the Zoom platform. Now it's good that we are meeting here. This is a very important occasion. We've met some of you several times this year, but there is many of you that we have not met. Not this year, not last year. And I say this because we have changed the format of our meeting here today. In a sense that we have brought people who are contracted to the NSG as the IICs or as trainers. And then we brought the public servants who expressed interest to become trainers when we made a public call last December, as well as those who are already on the system as trainers in the public service. And of course, a couple of people who are traditionally part of the PSCF, who've been attending PSCF for decades now, since 1999. Since 1999, yeah. So that is a combination of people who are attending this conference. Now, it's very important that we are to diversify and mix and match all of you to be here, including our counterparts from the academies, whether it's a national, local government, and academies of the SOEs. Because seeing that the first priority of the MTSF for the current administration is building an ethical, capable, and developmental state, we, all of us as people who ought to be leaders in the endeavor of building capacity of the state, need to gather like this from time to time and have a conversation about what does this national priority mean for us? Because as I was telling colleagues in the Western Cape 2 weeks ago, we've reached a point where whether you are an HRP coordinator or whether you are training just induction, we need to begin to assert ourselves as an extended members of the PSTM, to the extent that if in the past, those who are in the system, our managers thought we want to go train because we don't want to work, they must recognize that in fact, you are part of the rank and file in this war or this battle of building a capable state. Therefore, we need to assert ourselves. It cannot be that it will be business as usual since PSCF started over 25 years ago, and that we gather. It's great, you give us some funds. It's nice to be here. We connect, and there is no step change in the conversation about how we truly support the project of building ethical and developmental states. Now you will see in the intervention that will be coming later this morning, today, that there is a greater emphasis now on this idea of professionalizing PSTN. And this is important because all of us are, in fact, and should be recognized as a professional cadre in the advancement of the project of building a capable state. That means we're not just like any other person in the system, whether you are contracted, independent, contractor, or whether you work in a government department, in an academy, and so on. Because if you may make an example, if in the system it is recognized that supply chain officials are professionals and that we are able to have clean audits, better audit outcomes as a consequence of efforts of professionalizing that cadre of employees who are SCM officials, they become professional because you here have made a contribution towards advancing their ability to manage SCM effectively, right? It is you, in some cases, who are in the classroom telling people how to follow SCM procedures. It is you. You see the outcome when a department begins to improve its audit performance. Right? So the work, therefore, is important. That you may be in a classroom today telling people, even if you are facilitating finance for non-financial managers, you are building consciousness in an organization about how to effectively manage state resources. Right? By doing so, the impact will be seen in the audit results. So that's part and parcel of professionalizing. Of course, there will be several others. So ourselves, therefore, need to see ourselves as a professional cadre, because the capable state intervention cannot, the objective cannot be achieved only by saying to people they must go to university qualifications. Qualifications do matter. But as we know, as we all know, in many instances, we've seen in state-owned enterprises here, we've seen in multinational firms globally, some of the worst things that cannot be described are performed by people who are most qualified. You might be maybe not aware that several years ago, in 2008, the global economic crisis, best universities in the US went to check where did these people who were responsible for crashing the global economy, where did they start? It was found that many of them went to Ivy League universities. Harvard, in fact, if you know the company called the Enron scandal, most of you are old enough to see some gray hair. So you may know about the Enron scandal, right? Where a company called Anderson, a big multinational accounting firm, was involved in that. It brought down Enron, and it was a complete disaster. Now, the people who worked there were responsible, were people who had degrees, they were accountants, they were among the most educated people in the world, certificated in this. So the point is, whilst we have to facilitate for people to acquire further credentials, degrees, and so on, it is this training that you do that actually becomes a game changer. Because I can enter the public service, being a chartered accountant who has been auditing banks, right? And suddenly I am the CFO. Being a CFO in a government entity and being a senior auditor in the financial services sector is not the same thing. even if you're a CFO, a general accountant with 5 or 7 degrees. So it is you who inducts them into the system. And remember, they were working where there are no unions in the banks, in the accounting firm. I don't think they're unionized. In the sector of the auditing, it is unionized, but unions are weak there. Suddenly, we are within a system where there's a DG who's interested. Where there's a minister, an MEC, a mayor who is interested, and the mayoral committee that is interested. It is through the induction that I'm just using that as an example of several things that we all do, and so that you can see how significant this forum is in the value chain of professionalizing the public sector, not service sector, because local government is also on. And also to build a case for why we must assert ourselves and see ourselves as professionals, and ourselves, in fact, we must professionalize, because now we are doing training through Zoom. Even post-COVID, because of budget cuts, we can no longer see these big classrooms we used to do in the past. It's impossible. Budget cuts are a reality. We have to optimize, use less resources to train more people. So it is important that the colleagues will talk about this from the institute, that every trainer in the public sector must have or follow a minimum golden standard. The minimum golden standard is important. If you see the objectives of this conference, it talks about that actually. A golden standard that says, if we are moving to teach through Zoom, because it can give us reach and scale, how do we become effective facilitators in a Zoom environment? How do we? Because you can't move around as I'm doing now. Zoom, right? How do you make sure that your voice is pitched high enough such that those listening to you on Zoom don't fall asleep? Right? I mean, some people have got great content, but they are boring, right? And even more boring on Zoom. So people, they turn off the stuff and go home and go and do other things. So how do you make sure you don't lose them? The part and parcel of the golden standard that we must establish as we professionalize. But also, how do we make sure that there is impact in our own training interventions? Remember, we are training people who don't see. They are on Zoom. Half the time they tell you they have a problem with their video. So they are anonymous, right? How to make sure that there is impact in what you train, in what you say, whilst interacting with people without ever knowing or seeing them. And you could have been the best teacher, by the way, for the past 30 years, but you were maybe more effective because you were present. You were moving around, they saw you, they felt you. You were moving, you know, like those kind of guys in polyester. So they themselves have changed their trade, right? You don't have people moving around with bowls or collecting stuff. Now in those churches, they use a speed point. So they've moved in the time, right? So if these churches have moved from moving around with bowls, collecting time, what used to be time in church, and they're now using a speed point, there is one way of introducing technology into the work they do. We ourselves are confronted by the same reality, that the technology now going to mediate between ourselves and those that we train. But also, how do we make sure that we don't exclude? So yes, it's one thing being effective. another thing, also being inclusive. Because we may have great ideas of programs we want to do. But as we know, network in Kalahari is very unpredictable. How creative do we become as trainers to make sure that this training using technology does not exclude people because they don't have access to reliable internet. So you might as well end up in a class of 50, you might end up with 20 active people. How do you use your resourcefulness as a trainer to make sure that you can still reach out there and remain effective? Those are the challenges that we are facing. And so when conversation you'll be going through about professionalizing here is exactly about ourselves moving a step above where we were a year ago or even 2 years ago. Because it is you who will make sure that by teaching me how to effectively apply SCM rules, if I use that as an example, that you may begin to see changes in the audit outcomes of that particular entity, but also understanding all the kind of limitations that we have. And lastly, it is us also, that's why I spoke about the resourcefulness. It is us who needs to think hard around the type of creative partnerships that we establish in order for our work to be more effective. So if you work for an academy of a province, of a municipality, or of an SOE, you can't train the police, the nurses, teachers, frontline officers at any other time. None of us here took leave to be here. None of us. At best, the signature that you got was the signature of someone who was signing for you to travel, but not to be off work. But to have as many people as we are today here from the police for a training session, I promise you there will be like 19 signatures somewhere. It's a long route, like in the frontline operations, people say, yes, it's known, it's a big thing. There's 50 people that are out there going to a course, because you can't just take 5 people from a police station to train them without affecting the services there, which means you plan differently, including training them when they're off work, in which instance they will refuse because they want overtime. So the logistics and the bureaucracy is very long, including teachers and nurses and so on. More so, they don't have access to technology. So it is your resourcefulness that is needed in terms of building partnerships, because it might as well be that we could be partnering with a local. If you lead a provincial academy, you might be, or even a city academy, you are the one who may go and say to a local shopping mall that, look, let's use your cinema, because no one watches movies at 12 anymore, except for Saturday. You might as well use a cinema to train and negotiate and use this for free, because then you can bring 50 teachers there in an auditorium, it's in a mall. By doing so, it means we are saying to no teachers and nurses, they won't refuse to come to train at a mall. And you could do it just maybe on payday or a day before, after payday. No, because they will come. Remember, there is an incentive, and you finish the course at 1, right? So there is even Home Affairs. The reason Home Affairs got branches in banks is because you do more than just go to apply for an ID. The reason Post Office, in some cases, they have this post office in the shopping mall and there's more traffic there, is because you do more than just. So those are the type of ideas that we need to be thinking about, especially those of us
who come from towns and cities where it is very difficult to have facilities with internet connectivity and so on, because the cinema might have, which means this then becomes in cinema, the class, and someone could be teaching from America because they already have a screen and other type of technologies, and it's in a cinema auditorium type of an environment. I'm using that, it might look like an extreme example, but there might be a school with a computer center that might be negotiated. And when schools are closed, it might be used to train public servants on using whatever technologies they may be. So that's the type of resourcefulness that we are talking about. So welcome once again to this session. Hope we have a great time here. You can ask any questions. All of you are part of the NSG family, whether nuclear or extended family. We value your presence and your participation here. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Principal. I think that begins to give us the context within which we are going to be having conversations today and tomorrow. As the principal just said, partnerships are here. They are the future. And at the National School of Government, we are very cognizant of the fact that we will not be able to move forward until and or unless we are able to enter into what we usually refer to as strategic partnerships. So your presence here is a strategic partnership for us, because you see, the alternative is for the school to create 1,000 posts of trainers, go through job evaluation, organizational development, go to Treasury, ask for millions of rands for salaries, and employ all of you as trainers for the national school. Well, we all know that that won't happen because the conditions are such that the fiscus is extremely tight and the challenges are increasing every day. So we are then partnering with you. That's why we've called you to this conversation, because we want to begin walking this path together, not just walking the path, but making sure that we all walk in the same direction. Because as trainers that will be working with ourselves at the national school, the last thing we want is to have 100 different training ways of the national school. The last thing we would want is to have trainers who don't espouse the ethos, the culture, the kind of camaraderie that we're looking for. So part of this conversation today and tomorrow is to begin imbuing some of these elements, whether it be around issues of ethics, whether it be around issues of how we carry ourselves, issues of whether we can be professional in terms of how we prepare, how we communicate, and how we interact with each other. If we're going to expect public servants whom we're responsible for training to practice Batupele, we have to embody Batupele ourselves and amongst ourselves. So these are the conversations we will have, as the principal hinted, over the next 2 days. And it won't be the end, because this is to some extent the beginning. So we use the word professionalization, but really if you break it down, it's about how we can just walk this path together in the same direction, so that we're not caught off guard in terms of where we're going and how we're getting there. The other partnership that we have is external. We've been walking this path with the European Union, and they've been our very trusted partner, I mean, you know, this area of blessers I'm not familiar with, but the principal calls them blessers, but I don't know that area very well. So for me, they are partners. So they've been on this path with us for many years. And I would really like to invite Mr. Thomas Tiedemann. Mr. Tiedemann is the head of section governance and social sectors from the EU. He will be joining us virtually to talk to us and reflect on the NSG and the EU Public Service Training and Capacity Building Program, which has been running for the last few years. It's coming to an end in 2022. And really, we are beginning to reflect with Mr. Tiedemann and our EU colleagues on what we've learned and how can we build upon this partnership moving forward. Mr. Tiedemann, are you online? Are you ready? And are you alive? Thank you very much. You can go ahead.
Thank you very much. I feel very alive. I hope you can hear me and see me. Maybe someone could give me a quick feedback on the chat whether I am audible and visible, because we did have some issues with the sound before.
You are audible.
Fantastic, fantastic. Thanks so much. Honorable Minister Ayanda Dlodlo, the Minister of Public Service and Administration, Honorable Deputy Minister Dr. Chana Pilane Madjeke, the Deputy Minister of Public Service and Administration, the Principal of the National School of Government, Mr. Busani Kaweni, the Chairperson, Dr. Bochabelo Madja, all speakers and facilitators. This Public Sector Trainers Forum is about the art of facilitation. So the focus will be on you and your skills and indeed art this morning and over the next 2 days. Esteemed participants of the Public Sector Trainers Forum Conference, ladies and gentlemen, it is really a great pleasure for me to say a few words on behalf of the European Union at this Public Sector Trainers Forum, and many thanks for having us and for inviting us this morning. I would like to start by apologizing on 2 accounts. Firstly, it would of course have been fitting for our ambassador of the European Union to be present here this morning to address this esteemed audience, and our ambassador would have very much liked to do just that. Unfortunately, she has some conflicting engagements this morning, and so has our deputy ambassador. So they have asked me to represent the European Union as the head of section in charge of our cooperation with the National School of Government. And it is indeed my pleasure and my privilege to say a few words this morning. Apologies on a second account. I would have very much liked to be with you in Joburg this morning, and that was my plan until we received the news, like everyone has, on Thursday last week, of the steep increase in the number of COVID cases and this presence of yet another variant of the virus. I don't call it the South African variant, and I take issue with lots of the media calling it that. I really salute the scientists who have done the genome sequencing and have identified this new variant in South Africa, which speaks to the capacity of those institutions. And we really don't know where it comes from. So I know you won't, and I'm also doing the same in my organization. I will not call it the South African variant. We're all in this together, and I really hope that when we have the next Public Sector Trainers Forum, we can all again be in the same room. But for today, I have to address you virtually, but you know, we are used to this by now. We have done it for 1.5 years, so it's nevertheless a great pleasure to spend some time with you this morning. We're very proud at the European Union to be supporting this Public Sector Trainers Forum and to be collaborating once again with the National School of Government for this exciting and important conference. And you have heard in the remarks of the principal and the chairperson of this Public Sector Trainers Forum that we are indeed a partner of the NSG, not just a blesser we really value this partnership. For those of you who don't know yet, the European Union and the National School of Government have been collaborating since 2016 in the framework of a program called the Public Service Training and Capacity Building Program. And the specific objective of this collaboration is to improve the systems of skills development and public sector capacity building through education, training, and development interventions by the National School of Government. Why do we do this? Why have we done this since 2016? Because the European Union aligns itself with South Africa's National Development Plan and with the conviction that the capacity of the public sector must be developed so that the vision of a more capable developmental state becomes reality. And the National School of Government is arguably the key institution that sits at the heart of building capacity of the public sector. For me, the partnership between the European Union and the National School of Government is really a true meeting of minds and of hearts. The work and the ambitions of the NSG dovetail the developmental principles espoused by the EU. And we both institutions, the NSG and the EU, subscribe to the belief that a capable public service is a necessary condition for various sectors of the society to flourish. A capable public sector structures and organizes life in any society. It facilitates economic activity. It enables individuals to strive for fulfillment of their ambitions, and it sets and ideally enforces rules how citizens relate to each other. For all of this to happen, for communities to enjoy well-being and for societies to flourish, we need a capable public service. And trainers or human resource developers in the public service have a great role to play in that regard. They are the ones to provide initial instruction, guidance, and knowledge to public sector staff joining the public service for the first time, what these days is often referred to as onboarding. But then these trainers are also responsible to continue to educate public sector employees throughout their respective careers. This is a very challenging and, in my view, a very noble profession to be in. Imagine, and the principal talked about those amongst us with a little bit of gray hair that have knowledge of the Enron scandal. Imagine that the public sector staff who are close to retirement today started their careers when no office had a personal computer, when there was no email, when all submissions were made in hard copy only. And today, and if you look at the program of this two-day conference, we talk about e-government, we talk about the digital classroom, and we smile about those amongst us who are not well versed with applications such as this one that we're using this morning, where we are capable of joining each other in this conference virtually from all corners of the country. So it's worthwhile to remember every once in a while how rapidly the ways of working in the public sector have changed. And I've now only referred to the technological side of it. The content is, of course, a whole different story. With every era, with every administration, there are new focus areas to and for the public service. So it needs to be very agile. It needs to continuously adapt to the changing environment. Hence, I really salute the public sector trainers, just as I salute teachers who do early childhood development and primary and secondary education of the citizens and of our leaders of tomorrow. I believe it is a noble profession, and you must be proud to be in it. We have seen the merits of our collaboration with the National School of Government. We are indeed in the process of extending our joint European Union NSG public sector training and capacity building program, because we have enjoyed much success of what soon will be 6 years of running this program together. The recent launch and upcoming publication of a case studies book, Public Administration Challenges, Cases from Africa, has been one of the most recent highlights. And I will just show you this cover that we're very proud of to have sort of launched a couple of months ago only. This book uses contemporary and contextual pedagogical practices to assist civil servants to address the challenges they encounter as they meet the service delivery needs of citizens. And I trust that all of you at this conference will get an opportunity to refer to this book and that you may find it useful in the work you do. As the facilitator said, we met very recently last week, the colleagues from the NSG, led by the principal, and together with the colleagues here at the European Union delegation, and we took stock of the work done in the framework of this program so far. And I was not only pleased, I was really excited to learn that in the past year alone, over 40,000 civil servants received training through the NSG. That's an incredible feat, especially given that this was accomplished in the middle of the pandemic. And I really want to thank the NSG under the guidance and leadership of the principal, that despite the challenges presented by COVID-19, the NSG has shown enough flexibility and an admirable ability to pivot, which resulted really in a resilient institution in the face of this unprecedented difficulty. We look forward to working together in the next few months, now that we have extended our cooperation for a few months. We're very hopeful that despite the continuing challenges that the pandemic poses, we will reach further and new heights in 2022. And I'm hopeful as well that this Public Sector Trainers Forum will be fruitful and the insights learned here will be valuable. As I said in the beginning, this two-day forum is entitled The Art of Facilitation. Part of that art, of course, is to encourage active participation. And in that respect, I wish all of you a very participatory and very inspiring conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tiedemann. We really appreciate it. We appreciate the partnership with the European Union, and we really look forward to continuing to work with the EU moving forward. You know, when this pandemic hit us in March last year, we were all shocked and we were all caught off guard. And the lockdown that hit us at the end of March in 2020 hit us just when we were, like all government departments, about to start with a new financial year from 1 April. Now, the nature of our work at the National School, traditionally, for many years, has been face-to-face training. The face-to-face training accounted for more than 90% of our training. Even though since 2016, we've been putting in place systems and processes to consider ways in which we could move online, we were not getting an uptake from public servants in terms of our online training interventions. So when the pandemic hit, we did have systems in place. We did have e-learning programs that we had developed a few years before, but there were very few e-learning programs that we had, number one. Number two, they were constituting less than 5% of our training interventions. So we are one department that should have just folded our arms and went home to sleep in March last year. But actually, in a very ironic way, we embraced the pandemic. We decided right from the beginning that we are not going to fold our arms and go home and sleep. We shifted gear immediately. And all the programs that we had planned to develop for face-to-face, we rejigged them immediately for them to be online programs. We had to move very quickly to buy new systems that we never had before, Microsoft Teams, Zoom. We had to start talking about virtual training that we never used to do before. The point I'm trying to make is that we can look at this pandemic that has hit us as a reason for us to fold our arms, go home and sleep. But if you really want to look at it as an opportunity, you can. And you can turn something like this pandemic into an opportunity. I was quite struck last night watching the president talk about this, when he emphasized that we have to make peace with the fact that this pandemic is probably here to stay. And I was thinking as I was watching the president last night, this thing that we've been calling the new normal is going to become the real normal. Because you see, if this new normal continues the way it's been continuing, and it's been almost 2 years now, and it's envisaged that we'll still be with it for a few years, we are human beings. We are going to adapt. I cringe when I see people on TV shaking hands, almost as if I never used to shake hands before. So to some extent, we are going to be rejigged ourselves. And we will probably never go back to the olden days as we've known them. So I'm saying this because of the point Mr. Tiedemann was making, that our training numbers at the National School of Government have actually grown. We are beginning to achieve more training numbers virtually than we used to do face-to-face. We are now training more public servants more cost effectively than we used to do in the olden days. So the good old days of getting into a plane the night before on business class and relaxing and checking into the hotel and waking up to nice breakfast at the hotel are gone. And they'll probably never come back. So I hope as we have these conversations today and tomorrow, we have these conversations accepting this new normal as the real normal that we are going to have to live with going forward. We have our Honorable Minister with us, who's been with us since we started this morning. She joined us. At some point, I was even thinking, Minister, you know, this thing of saying people are virtual and physical, we're going to have to stop it, you know, because if the minister is with us, the minister is with us. So the minister has been with us since 9 o'clock this morning, and we are eagerly looking forward to the Honorable Minister for Public Service and Administration, Honorable Minister Dlodlo, to give us the keynote address. At this stage, I am sure we have over 200 attendees, both virtually and physically. Do we have the numbers somewhere just to give a sense to the minister how many people are here? We have online how many? 200 online, and here it looks like it's 70. So we have 270 people attending, 200 online and 70 attending physically here. It looked like 100 to me, but they are telling me that it's 70. Honorable Minister, welcome to the PSTF conference. Are you there, Honorable Minister?
I have been here since just before 9 o'clock.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I was just reminding them that you've been with us, and this thing of virtual, physical, we're going to forget about it one day. You are here with us. Thank you very much, Minister. Go ahead.
Program Director, thank you very, very much. I will not observe the protocols because I think you and Busani have done a fantastic job of it, and I hope nobody amongst us feels left out or unacknowledged. I acknowledge everybody, including the Deputy Minister, Dr. Khanapilani Machaki. Program Director, allow me to extend my appreciation to the collective leadership of the National School of Government for allowing me to be part of this important conference focusing on trainer professionalization and the art of facilitation. We are called upon to contextualize the pivotal role of trainers in the public sector against the backdrop of the broader state capacity building agenda and the imperatives of achieving the national development goals. In strengthening the implementation of the NDP, the medium-term strategic framework for the period 2019 to 2024 identifies a capable, ethical, and developmental state as the foremost priority, which underpins the 7 MTSF priorities altogether. It is our firm belief that building state capacity is the most important step towards achieving a developmental state. The NSG mandate has been expanded to include education, training, and development interventions in the 3 spheres of government, state-owned entities, and other organs of state. This expanded mandate puts pressure on the NSG to position itself for greater outreach and impact. Within this context, it needs to focus on building capacity to deliver ETD interventions using knowledgeable and experienced trainers who have been exposed to the art of facilitation. NSG also needs to build a credible and accountable system of trainer management encompassing the entire value chain from recruitment, certification, management, monitoring, and continuous trainer professional development. We're cognizant of what the President expects of the public service, including the people of our country, and the role of the NSG as articulated in the State of the Nation address of February 2021. The public service is at the coalface of government. The lack of professionalism doesn't just impact service delivery, it dents the public confidence and dents the image of the government of the day. Advancing honesty, ethics, and integrity in the public service is critical if we are to build a truly capable state. The President further states that through the National School of Government, we continue to roll out courses and training programs for government officials from entry level to senior management and executive level. This expectation puts the NSG at the forefront of this huge responsibility, which calls on building an ethical, professional, and capable public sector in the service of our people. And by implication, the NSG trainers, through their unique opportunities to interface with public sector employees, also share the burden of this responsibility. Program Director, we meet against the backdrop of COVID-19 outbreak and subsequent lockdown regulations, as you have correctly articulated, which have necessitated a pedagogical shift to increase the delivery of education, training, and development interventions on digital platforms. Naturally, this requires our facilitators to be agile and technologically savvy to navigate ETD delivery in virtual spaces comfortably. The global pandemic has tested our collective capacity, resolve, and resilience to survive. We have to reimagine new ways of normality in all spheres of our lives, including learning, teaching, and development environments. The world has been rudely awakened to the reality that we live in a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. Developments of a social, economic, environmental, and technological, or even geopolitical nature constantly generate webs of challenges and wicked problems that require insightful and innovative responses. Indeed, we find ourselves in uncharted waters as we grapple with the global pandemic. As the NSG grapples with COVID-19 induced challenges in the learning and development spaces across the public sector, it is particularly pleasing that the NSG also included the South African Local Government Association trainers to this conference. Local government remains a critical role player in democratic governance, development, and service delivery. South Africa boasts a well-established, decentralized, and autonomous system of development local government. which gives a good example to many countries. Within this context, the NSG's support to SALGA in relation to counselor induction program and training is a welcome intervention. This is a conversation that the principal and I have had over many weeks since the process of us going through the interviews for new mayors in our municipalities. As I conclude, kindly allow me to wish you well in your workshops and deliberations. May the trainers emerge fully proficient in the art of facilitation, but more importantly, fully appreciating the mammoth task their role as change agents in the public sector poses. We are well positioned to assist the state in building capacity and capability in the public sector. I also wish to applaud and implore NSG to relentlessly pursue all avenues to ensure that the public sector masters execution, diligence, and statecraft through targeted interventions like this one. This will also ensure that we make a meaningful impact on the public sector learning and development landscape. What I'd also like to say is, lastly, to let me also acknowledge and thank the EU for the partnership and investment in our drive towards a professional public service that exists to serve the people of our country and also to build a capable state. Thank you very much, and wishing you all the very best in the deliberations. Thank you. Ngiyabonga, Program Director.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. You've really given us some very important pointers that we need to immediately today and tomorrow worry about. I mean, one of the issues the minister is raising is what she calls execution diligence. And I think it's an important issue that the minister is raising, because our job, in a way, as public sector trainers, our mandate, much as we might say it is to train, it's much bigger than training. The end goal is to make a difference. We are at the interface of failure and execution diligence, as the minister was saying. So it means that as we train public servants, we have to always worry about how the training we are rolling out will ensure that public servants master what the minister calls statecraft. If after we've trained them, they still do not master statecraft, it means we've failed. So we might have gone there, we might have trained, but if public servants are still not able to master statecraft, it means we've failed. Now, maybe these words are big, you know, execution diligence and mastering statecraft. How are we going to know whether there is this mastery of statecraft? How are we going to know whether there is this execution diligence that the minister was talking about? Which brings me to the second point that was raised by the minister around local government. So if we can't collect rubbish, if we can't supply water, if we can't supply electricity, if our roads are full of potholes, if our people continue to protest, those are all indicators that we are not yet mastering statecraft. Those are the indicators that we are not yet executing with diligence. So I think those are the two key points that the minister raised, which as we have this session today and tomorrow, we have to remind ourselves repeatedly, what can we do more? What can we do differently? What can we do smartly to ensure that our interventions, which are training of public servants, lead to this mastery of the statecraft and the execution diligence that we talk about. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We really appreciate your time and your input, your keynote address. We will make sure that the issues you've raised with us, we not only carry them today and tomorrow, but as we move into this professionalization of the public sector, and specifically here, professionalization of public service trainers, we take into account the key points that you were raising with us. So we've had a very good start to the session this morning. Now, I know some of you underestimate this simple thing called time. But you see, former President Zuma and even former President Mbeki used to talk a lot about this thing called time. So if your intention is to master statecraft, if your intention is to execute diligently, there are certain basic things you must get right. And one of those basic things is time. If you can't wake up on time and do that which you are supposed to do on time, we can't even ask you whether you are mastering the statecraft. We won't even wonder whether you are executing with diligence. It's automatic. There's no possibility that you can master statecraft when you can't master time. So this morning, we mastered time. We started on time. We started exactly at 9. And not only did we start on 9, the minister was already waiting to make sure that we start on time. The principal of the school was ready to start on time. And of course, many of you, to be honest, arrived on time. We did not really have to drag any. In fact, if my memory serves me well, since we started on time, I have not seen one person walk in late. Now, the online ones might be getting away with it because I can't see them. But we will hope that if they were a bit lax, they will take the cue from us who are here in terms of mastering time, mastering statecraft, executing with diligence, and making sure that we are professional. If we are going to expect public servants to be professional, we ourselves must be professional to start with. So we are going to break for tea. And we are going to have a 30-minute break. So since we are so good at mastering time, we will make sure that we are clear what time we are breaking. So now my time tells me that it is 10 past 10, but it can't be 10 past 10. Is it 10 past 10? Okay. So
it's not 10:30 as the program says, because as you correctly say, Program Director, we have kept time to a point where we have saved time. So we're doing pretty well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you very much. Yes. I mean, I can't repeat what the minister has said. She said it so well. So we are going to break for tea. It's 10 past 10. I mean, you know, Minister, that's why I was surprised, because we were supposed to break for tea later, but we've saved time. Can we come back at 10:30? It's 10 past 10. Can we come back at 10:30 so that we can then start in earnest with the workshop that will be led by Dr. Sal Mutayan? We break for tea. Minister, we can offer you virtual tea. We will try in future to see how we can arrange that, but we are breaking for tea, Minister.
Chairperson, Program Director, could I just request one thing? I have a lot of meetings that I also have to attend today. And I would like to beg your indulgence and ask for the forgiveness for everybody who has really made time to join us at this session, to say, I will be leaving the platform because I really have a lot of things to do today that I really cannot postpone. But I would want to leave you with a few thoughts in mind in trying to answer the very apt questions that you have raised that speak to mastering of statecraft and also execution diligence. And I think we would say that we have arrived or we are there. And I think it's something that I'd like to leave you with to ponder over, because it also speaks to the type of programs that the NSG would be running to ensure that we actually do master the craft and also are diligent in executing the tasks that are before all of us. And I think when we see that the elite prefers Rand water to Valpria, we will know that we have mastered the art of statecraft.
Yes.
We will also know when the elite prefer Chris Hani Baragwanath to Sandton Clinic.
Yes.
We would know that we have mastered statecraft and execution diligence. But we will also know that we have done a great job when the rate of stunting, child stunting, is almost nil. And that when our public schools teaching standards are exactly the same, if not better, than public schools. We will know when we pay our suppliers 30 days or well before the 30 days. And I just want to leave it at that so that you ponder over what needs to be done for us to reach a stage where our people choose government services over private services. At that point, we will know that we have lived by the virtues and the prescripts of our Constitution in delivering quality services to our people. Thank you very much, Program Director. Thanks for your indulgence and also thanks for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Let's give the Minister a round of applause. And Minister, it can be done. What you are saying can be done. In fact, you are saying it must be done. We will endeavor to make sure that we go for that goal when private services are worse than public services. Thank you very much. Colleagues, it's now 10:15. Can we break for tea and come back at 11:15, please? 11:15, we are starting with the next session. Thank you. Oh, and Unity as well, yes, yes.
Oh, Max Kundas. Oh, you're here. I didn't know that you're here. Oh, yes. Oh, well done. Oh, you're visiting them regularly. Oh, I see. How do I do that? Because, I mean, I'm sharing the whole thing. So, I think it's good. But if the better program here.
Okay, colleagues, can we settle down? Can we settle down, please? Can we settle down and get started with part 2, session 2? Can we settle down, please? Colleagues who are having tea outside, we are supposed to start. Can you join us, please? Okay, welcome back, colleagues. Thank you very much. We continue with part 2 of our conference, which is going to be led by my colleague. We are going to start this session now. It's 11:15. And we will run this session until when we break for lunch at 1:30. If I may start with a request to our colleagues who are joining us online, There is a link we have posted online on the platform. We will post it again just now as I'm speaking. Can all those colleagues who have joined us online kindly click on that link and complete that form, because then it helps us confirm their attendance. Yes, many of you attending online indicated upfront that you'll be attending online, but some of you have not made it. There is a difference between intention and realization. So we would really like you to click on that link that we've submitted to you so that we can confirm your registration. You see this thing about execution diligence that the minister was talking about requires of us, even in the things we do on everyday basis, to not just execute, but to execute with diligence. When you register for an event like this 5 years ago, you register, and then on the day of the event, you must show up, and then you fill a register. And if you don't show up, registering is not showing up. So if you don't show up, you are not different from somebody who didn't even register. So now in 2021, we have to do the same thing. And we can do the same thing online. So now there is this link that we are requiring our colleagues online to click so that they can assist us to keep records. So that's the first thing. And then we are going to have this session. It will be led by my colleague, Dr. Sel Mutayan. Dr. Mutayan is our colleague at the National School of Government. She will be leading us on the conversation around the art of facilitation of ETD practitioners. So we'll be talking about curriculum philosophy issues. We'll be talking about facilitation approaches. And of course, as we've been hinting throughout this morning, we'll touch on issues of ethos, ethics, culture, leadership, and also around facilitation skills. So she's going to be in charge until 1:30 when we break for lunch. It is also part of the process that we are working on to professionalize public sector trainers. Some of you might have known and or met Dr. Mutayan over the last couple of years, because this whole project on the art of facilitation, we've been engaging around, and we've been inviting a number of you to join us. Some of you might have also engaged with us on the art of facilitation. We are now pushing it much more strongly into this project of professionalizing public sector trainers. So she's joining us virtually, but that does not mean that we must just keep quiet and listen without engaging Dr. Mutayan. She will be expecting and hoping that we will engage with her. At some point, she will then ask us to just take a few minutes break to refresh, because the conversation we're about to get into is quite a deep conversation that will demand a lot of our thinking. So we'll really be in her hands. I will be assisting her from here with some of your inputs on the face-to-face part, if you raise your hands, and then she's online, she'll be able to see the hands of those who are also participating online. We really hope to have this session as a very engaging session. It's not a conference type session of talk down, but we will be posting at various stages to connect with you and make sure that you are traveling this journey with us. Dr. Muthayan, over to you.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Marja, and welcome to all the participants. It's really wonderful to see such a great number of people present today at the PSTF. And of course, I can see, also who's there by looking at the participant list, and some names are familiar, so welcome. And I hope you're going to enjoy the rest of this day and tomorrow as well, because we are now going into the actual art of facilitation process. And so I want to invite you to just relax and sit back and just enjoy this kind of workshop that we're having with you. So the Art of Facilitation program was designed before 2016. It was a very participatory process. We took it around the provinces as well. And we engaged everyone, and people gave their inputs. And as a result of that, we came up with this program. And currently, we are busy digitizing the program. And we hope that at the beginning of next year, we will have a virtual and digitized version of this available. It'll be online, it will be virtual, a blend. So it's going to be quite exciting, because it's the kind of program that you need to do face-to-face. And we have now managed to transfer it to an online digitized program, and have managed to keep up the kind of participatory processes here as well. So thank you for that. My slides are not moving at the moment. I'm not sure why. Let me just see. Just sorry for that. I'm just going to stop share and open them again. These kinds of things happen. And as a facilitator, you just have to be quite calm and try it again and see what happens. So there we are back again. Okay, I think maybe one of the co-hosts must move the slides for me. Kulsum, can I ask you, for some reason, it's just, okay, there we are. Okay, so this session focuses on using advanced participatory and people-centered skills. Everything we do starts with the Constitution. All our values are based on the Constitution, and we draw on social justice and decolonizing methodologies in this program. And that is what we are hoping that facilitators of the NSG will be able to buy into, this kind of value system, and also bring indigenous and decolonizing methodologies into the way they go about teaching and facilitating. So the way this came about was that as the NSG, we have realized that high quality materials can actually be rendered ineffective if you have a poor facilitator facilitating them. And I think you all as ETD practitioners are well aware of this. But on the other hand, if you have materials that are not so good, you can then, as if you are a good facilitator and a diligent facilitator, you can actually take those so-called poor materials and turn them around and infuse them with a new life from your own resources and your own research, etc. So the NSG has realized that in order to deliver high quality programs, there is a need not only for high quality materials, but also for high quality facilitation. And what we are busy doing, in addition to digitizing this program, we're developing an entire system for professionalizing ETD practitioners. And the system will include the recruitment, the selection, the development, and then the certification of facilitators. So you'll be certified as an NSG facilitator. And then there will also be ongoing management support, monitoring, and evaluation of facilitators to make sure that the standards are being upheld. So this is something that we've been doing quite consultatively, and I'll actually talk a little more about it later on today. So right now, I want us to shift energy a little. You've had your tea, you've had some presentations and discussions. And right now, I want you, this part of the session is just for you. And I want you to relax. I want you to put your cell phones, your laptops away. This is time just for yourself. So I'm inviting you to forget the outside world, forget whoever's calling you and giving you extra work, etc. I want you just to put all of that aside. And I want you to sit comfortably in your seats, your bum firmly on the seats, and whether you're virtual or present in the venue, your feet flat on the ground. I want you to feel the ground, the earth, from where our energy and sustenance comes from. And I want you to start breathing in very deeply through your nostrils, all the way down your throat. Pull that air into your lungs and all the way into your belly as you feel your tummy expand. And then as you breathe out, exhale from your tummy, push the air up through your lungs, your windpipe, all the way out through your nostrils. So you may look down, cast your gaze down to the floor, or you may even close your eyes and just take this time to relax and to breathe slowly. So let's breathe in and out. And in. Deeply into your belly and out. In through the nostrils, all the way down, and push the air out by contracting your tummy, all the way up your windpipes and out. Continue to do this. In and out. In and out. Now I want you to feel your breath become more and more shallow. I want you to put all other thoughts aside and just focus on hearing your breathing in and out. So just focus on the breathing in and out. Now I want you to start relaxing your feet, your toes. You can wiggle your ankles as you continue to breathe in and out more lightly. I want you to relax your legs all the way up to your knees. Relax your thighs, your bum in your seat. Sit with a nice posture so you support your spine. Continue to breathe in and out. I want you to relax all the way up your spine, vertebra by vertebra, lower back, up to your middle back, relaxing your spine all the way up past your shoulders to your neck. I want you to relax your shoulders, relax your neck. Takes a lot of stress from your computer during the day. Now I want you to relax your fingertips and continue to breathe in and out, your wrists all the way up your arms to your elbows, your upper arm, and again into your shoulder. You can roll your shoulders a bit just to feel it totally relaxing. Relax your neck, your jaw, your mouth, your lips. Continue to breathe in and out. Relax your cheeks, your forehead, your eyes, your eyelids. Just relax and only focus on your breathing and relaxing. Relax your head, your hair on your head, those of you who do have hair, your scalp. And just continue to breathe in and out and enjoy this state of relaxation. Now I want to ask you to go as far back into your memory as you can, into your childhood, your earliest memories at school. I want you to go back to school, to the classroom. I want you to see your school, see the classroom, and I want you to recall, I want you to think back to an experience or an event at school that made you feel very good, a good experience at school. It could be in the classroom or outside of the classroom, but it was an experience you had at school at your youngest age that made you feel very, very good. It was a good experience. And I want you to recall this from your memory for a bit while you continue to breathe slowly in and out. I want you to think about how old you were at this time. Where was the place? And what do you see? And who do you see? Can you see the people? Can you hear the sounds? And then I want you to think about, how did this experience make you feel? In one word, what was the feeling you felt that describes this good experience that you had at school? Just one word. Now I'm going to ask you to think about a not so good experience. I want you to think of a really bad experience at school, something that you really did not enjoy. I want you to think about that experience. How old were you then? Who was it around you? Where was this? Can you see the people around you, the children maybe, the teacher? What were you wearing? Can you recall that? Can you hear the sounds around you? The smells? Just recall that experience for a bit. And now, in one word, I want you to think about the feeling. How did this experience, this bad experience, how did this make you feel? Identify your feeling in one word. Okay, now I'm going to ask you to come out of your relaxation slowly. And I'm going to count back from 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Now I want you to gently open your eyes, and in the chat, you will see a link to question 1. So I'd like you to go to question 1 first, open the link, and then you can answer that question. You can open it on your phone or on your laptop just by clicking on it, and you can write your story down, the story, the experience that you had. So we want to hear your good experience, and then we want to hear the feeling. So I see feelings already, but tell us your story first. Write down that experience. That experience is your story. So let's hear from you about your story. And use the Mentimeter. This is part of what it's not just the content of what's going on here right now in this session. It's also about the process of what we are doing and what you will be doing as a virtual facilitator as well. I mean, as a facilitator who facilitates virtual classrooms. Okay, so we've got someone whose good experience was dancing, Spanish dancing and acting. That sounds nice. And then someone who can remember right back to grade 1. That's fabulous. And you were recognized for a great project. And I like that word that you've used, recognize. Recognition is so important. And another talks about being a character in a play and pride, how that gave them pride. There's also another person who was I don't know, that might be a bad experience. And there's someone who received a certificate of excellence. So let's start with your good experiences here, please. On this first question, it's about sharing your good experience, okay? So use the code that you see in the chat. There's a link in the chat and there's a code there. There's a code also on this slide on the screen. So you can use that code 19224751, and with that you can enter your answers here as well. So then someone talked about friends feeling safe in the playground. There's someone who performed so well. Can we scroll down on these this Mentimeter screen, please? So
Dr. Muthayan?
Yes.
Now, there's a methodological issue here. Because you are virtual, you are biased in favor of your virtual colleagues.
Okay,
But
now I see
me, because I'm physical, I'm biased in favor
Okay.
of the physical colleagues.
Okay.
Now, let's start from the beginning.
Okay.
We need
so
to wait. 1 second, hold it. So we need to get them to download Mentimeter first. You see, both the physical colleagues and the virtual colleagues. So let's just check that. I mean, I'm hoping that the online people, because you've been looking after them, they are sorted with downloading the Mentimeter through the link you've provided. But in the physical room here, we need colleagues to download Mentimeter. Mentimeter, the Wi-Fi, so there's Wi-Fi in the room. If you go to Redison Guest, click on Redison Guest, and then it will take you to a website, terms and conditions, click yes and accept. And then once you've clicked and accepted, you need to then log in into the Redison Guest. Let's just make sure we're connected there. Connected to Wi-Fi, firstly in the room, because the online people, because they're online, they are connected. So is everybody sorted now in the room? Is everybody sorted with Wi-Fi? Redison Guest? Is anyone having problems with Wi-Fi? You can raise your hand if you have a problem. So we are all now connected. Am I right? You don't have to download the app. I mean, they eat up space, these things. So it's okay. You can go straight on your Google.
And use the code on Google. Dr. Marja? I can't hear you, Dr. Marja. I see some in the chat as well. Someone who assisted a municipal official to engage with his staff. Someone being selected as part of the school choir, and they found that exciting. So some people are using the chat function, but as far as possible, try to use Mentimeter because we want you to play around with it. It's not just about the right answer here, it's also about the process of facilitation. I hope you can hear me. The code for Mentimeter is 1922-4751. Amos Goliath, you were asking that. It's also in the chat, Amos. If you scroll up, there's a link there because you're obviously virtual. But Kulsum, we seem to have lost Dr. Marja and the people in the venue, perhaps. Okay, so we see the leadership talents nurtured. We see someone who passed a violin exam, and that must have made them feel very good. We see someone getting positive feedback, and that's an important thing to note. Positive feedback from their English teacher. And what did this do? It gave them determination that they must always be good and get noticed. Coming top of the class, having all my homework done and then to see that the teacher was happy about that. Girl Guides, being the first one to pledge at Girl Guides. It's a sense of achievement there, it sounds like. Award for sports and also being the neatest person in the class, I suppose. Cleanliness and neatness. Playing with friends. Okay, someone just enjoyed, the best experience was being able to play with your friends in the school ground. That's good. Obtaining first position makes one feel good, top of the class. Enjoying a sports day. And excelling in class. Okay, being the best reader also, feeling good. That was the feeling. So there are more feelings coming up. Rendering poetry. Being one of the best English speakers, Mapaseka saying in the chat. So people have felt excited and proud. Appreciated for good reading again. Receiving a scholarship to study overseas. Okay, that is quite an achievement. That made you feel good. Selected as Cinderella drama narrator in grade 6. That sounds exciting. The recognition of academic performance at school. Chosen for the school play. Okay, let's scroll down so everyone can see. Winning awards seem to be a good one. So when people are awarded or recognized for their achievements, then they also feel, you know, that they have feel good about themselves. They feel excited. Okay, given a chance to teach others. Didn't we all enjoy that at school when we had that responsibility of, you know, teaching others or tutoring others? The code for Mentimeter, and Tabi Singh is asking for it. It is there. It's on the, if you scroll up, you will see it on your chat. Those of you who have the chat, the others can see it on the screen that's on the screen that you're looking at, that I'm speaking to. And the code there's 19224751. Okay, so let's go on to looking at the feelings. That was your next question. Let's see what your feelings were when you had this good experience. Oops, okay, rejected. Okay, these are the happy ones. Great, encouraging. Okay, there was a bad experience, punished. Oops, that doesn't sound nice. Okay, worthy, recognized, acknowledged, glad. Okay, let's go on to the bad experiences now, and then we can see what people, Nokutula has shared being proud. Let's go on to the bad experiences, the stories, and hear what people, what the stories have been. The teacher punished you physically. Okay, and then you found out it was personal. It didn't really have to do with anything else. Then having to repeat my second year due to a personal vendetta. That's very, very unacceptable. And I can imagine your feelings there. I was in grade 6 and I was not recognized for my performance due to bad conduct. The principal advised my parents that I did not perform well and therefore I was not recognized. Okay, so you did not perform well. Someone else got nervous before the exams. A lot of people, that happens to them, and that's why sometimes we wonder what kind of exams are appropriate for learners. And so I want you to think about that, exams, and how not everybody responds well to exams, and you know, one needs to think about what's the best way to assess in a developmental context. being made fun of. Okay, that's not nice. Having the worst maths teacher, then we always wonder why math skills are so bad. And then my teacher picking on me because of my skin color. Okay, that's, I'd like to see what your feeling was about that when we get to the feelings just now. Falsely being accused of stealing from your classmate, that must have been awful. Having to repeat your second year, we've got that one. Teacher refused to engage with girls in maths and place them at the back of the class. Okay, that's a definite gender bias there. The skin color might be race and just plain prejudice, discrimination. Falling and getting hurt in sport. Can we scroll down, please? Okay, lack of empathy, got sick all term and all year. Okay, that must have been sad. So there's some feelings coming up as well, being bullied, embarrassed, feeling embarrassed and unfit. And that does not help with learning process. If people are feeling a lack of empathy and feeling embarrassed, etc. While one person decided to, they felt Tandy Adams felt determined to do more, and that's coming up in the chat. Okay, can we get to the feelings now, please? Kulsum, let's look more at the feelings. Feeling bullied in school, felt small, dejected, sad, bad, feeling devastated, unappreciated, feeling helpless. All of this is coming up in Mentimeter. Feeling embarrassed, devastated. These are not nice feelings for learners to feel. And especially some of them showed us that they were in a very young age, grade 5, grade 1 even we saw. So to have these bad experiences at those ages or at any age makes human beings feel helpless, dejected, withdrawn. It can really impact on their learning. Nothing was fun. My mother was the teacher. Okay, your mother was the teacher and was probably harder on you and probably didn't want to be seen to be favoring her child and probably was stricter. We've seen that as well. Okay, resentful, frustrated with the teacher and unfair. Oops, someone felt inferior. That's not nice. And invisible, feeling invisible in the classroom. That is not a good experience, or in the learning environment, feeling invisible. These are things that we do not want learners to experience. So this is very important. I want you all as facilitators to look at these and consider how you as a facilitator ensures that these kind of bad experiences are not what you bring about in the classroom. You want to create more of those good experiences. You want to recognize people. You want to validate their achievements. You want to see them and not make them invisible. You want to stamp out bullying and not embarrass anyone. If there is something to discuss with someone, take them aside rather, if it's going to be something embarrassing and, you know, where you chastise them in front of publicly. That's never nice. And it really lowers self-esteem, as we see there. That's a good word there. Lowers self-esteem and feeling disgruntled and frustrated. That's not nice at all. Feeling cheated. I'm sure this is the person who was had a personal vendetta against them and didn't, you know, were not able to achieve. Okay, so let us carry on then. Beyond Mentimeter. Okay, I have to share my screen again. So that was one of the exercises that we can do and one of the tools that we can use. Okay, now my screen seems to be frozen. I don't know why these slides have worked in the past. I don't know. Kulsum, do you have the same set of slides? Do you think you could Let me see if I open this one and try again. Okay, there we go. All right. So let's go on to, let's do a screen share, the full view. Okay, so these are some of the feelings that come up in us, and feelings are very important in the classroom. We learn through feeling. We learn not only through cognition, we learn through our emotions. And sometimes we don't know, we struggle to express our feelings because we're not used to it. In traditional learning and teaching, we were told to leave our feelings outside and not become emotional. And you have to learn with your rational mind. Well, that's a very old-fashioned way of learning, and that's a way of learning facts only. Facts that do not stay in your head, facts that do not lead to transformational learning. So it's very important for you to know some of these feelings and know how and when to express them and to be aware of them yourself. Okay, next slide. Okay, so the curriculum philosophy at the National School of Government, we have called, or we have referred to it as the know, be, do, and apply. And the reason is it's not just about knowledge, but it's also about how your sense of being, how you show up. It's also the kind of experiential learning that takes place in the classroom, like experiential simulation, learning that you create in the classroom. And most importantly, it's about uptake in the workplace for impact. We want to see how you will apply your learning, because when you teach a lot of information like we tend to do with traditional teaching and learning, it's just a lot of knowledge and people struggle to understand how to apply it. It also doesn't stay long with you because it hasn't touched your heart. So for me, you have to integrate the head and the heart. You have to integrate cognitive intelligence with emotional intelligence if you want transformational learning to occur. And within those experiences in the classroom, in order to create these emotional intelligence learning, you have to do experiential, participatory kinds of exercises, and that will ensure more likely that there will be uptake in the workplace. Next slide. So from a decolonial perspective then, this is knowledge for transformation. This is not knowledge for the sake of knowledge or just to be clever and pass and get A's and that's it. We want in a developmental society as ours, as a decolonial, in the decolonial context, which we are not yet in, we still are very, very colonial. You could see how colonial we are when the UK sprung up on Friday and stopped flights overseas and had the power to do that. That's the epistemological power that those nations have. Yet we were the ones who discovered the vaccine. It was, we were the ones who had the knowledge, the scientific knowledge of this, yet people had the power to block this travel. And of course, it's going to impact on us economically. And that's really, from a colonial perspective, that is the injustice of epistemological, what do you call it? They discriminate against us in that way. And it's easy to do it and easy to block us from being part of the game, the trade game. So our way we are wanting you to facilitate is to ensure that through these programs, there is impact, there is uptake, and there is application of the learning in the classroom. That's the only way we can really transform the public sector, is if it's this kind of programs that we run. We can run hundreds and thousands of financial management courses, and you will still find, as we have, people struggling with understanding budgets. And that's because we have not evoked their emotional intelligence in terms of teaching this. We've taught them a lot of information and facts about financial management, but we haven't really got to their context and to what's relevant for them and what their experiences with finance are. We don't go there. So, and this is why we have that kind of limited application in the public sector. Next. So our context is very, very important. People's context is critical when you design curriculum and when you are standing or in a virtual classroom. You need to know who's in front of you, what their aspirations are, what their histories are. This is why I did the first exercise with you. I know a little about your context now. I know your stories from your childhood of what was good and what was bad in those experiences. And so this is how one can evoke a conversation around people's context through getting them to share their experiences and identifying the emotions, so we get to the emotional intelligence as well. So here you can see, for us, as I've said, the Constitution, and you can see Madiba signing the Constitution, the current president looking on, much, much younger then, and less stress, I think, than he is today, having to deal with what he has to. Then, of course, one also has to bring in issues around equality and diversity. And how does that impact on the classroom and your teaching program and the course that you are running? And then also know your African context and know what's currently going on. Be aware of the newspapers and what's happening in a local context, because that impacts on the program, even if it is a program on financial management. Knowing what's going on currently helps us, and knowing the context that we derive from also helps in the facilitation. Next slide. So we're looking for an approach that achieves social justice through the kind of programs and the teaching and learning that the NSG generates. And social justice, as you know, is looking at equality on all fronts, and also to reduce things like poverty and racism, and to focus on humanitarian issues and social justice. To achieve that is critical to our programs. So as I said, our approach is about, we focus on Africanizing our curriculum. We use quotations from African leaders, and there are many erudite, well-reputed African leaders that we can quote from. Kwame Nkrumah comes to mind, and Kenyatta, and you know, there are a number of these that you can draw from. And then, of course, there's also using images that are from our continent or from our locality, using metaphors, proverbs from the learners in the classroom. They will be able to share with you, you know, proverbs from their childhood, proverbs in their own cultures and their own languages. And that's also very important. And then, of course, storytelling, which is what I started off with our breathing exercise. What you did there was you shared your stories. Yes, it was 3 or 4 lines of a story, but that was your story. You could elaborate more if we had more time, but there was just that purpose to it. So, so now I want to share with you a video clip, and let me just see where I have it. Okay, there it is. Oops. Are you getting the video clip? No, it doesn't seem like it. Can you see anything on your screen yet? No?
No, not yet.
Okay.
But don't be shy to put on your glasses, Dr. Mutaya.
It's true. You are so right. I forget I have glasses now. Okay, here we go.
There we go. Now we can
would
see
like to-
something uploading.
Yeah, okay, let me just put that off there. Okay.
I think you click play.
I'm looking for, oh, there it is.
Wake up in the morning, I've got a challenge. I've got work to do to preserve the heritage of my people. Storytellers are custodians of language. They also are preservers of culture. I personally tell stories in order to wake up stories in other people, because I truly believe every living being has got a story to tell. Storytelling is an amazing thing. You can connect with people of all races, of all cultures, whatever language you use. It is that joy that you feel, that resonates, that infectious enthusiasm that people get when you tell a story.
She's a custodian of the stories that have become a huge part of South African culture. And without a storyteller, there are no stories.
I have been telling stories to men and women, to children of different races and different cultures all over the world. 2 years ago, I was in Greenland. Hello, that's cold, not Zulu-friendly weather. Don't tell a story you don't love. You need to feel good and passionate about that story, no matter how scary or exciting or totally unbelievable. But the moment it leaves my lips, that word is the gospel truth. The late 1980s felt to me like the darkest hour before dawn. When you were a black person in this country, things were bad. Even though we marched in the street, freedom in our lifetime, we didn't know for sure that we're going to see freedom in our lifetime. I see how dedicated some people are out there, making a difference with hardly anything. They've got no resources, but they're thinking, with this little bit that I've got, I will break a piece and share with somebody else. Break a piece and share with somebody else. There are so many of those people, ordinary South Africans, doing extraordinary things. We need to bring back that hope. We need to make that hope part and parcel of what journeys we are traveling as citizens of South Africa, and also play a role. So I love that. Hope must always live inside me.
Hope is everything.
It is the light that lives inside me.
And when she tells the stories, you just watch a lady come alive. Nice big eyes.
I'm going to go shopping for big eyes.
Bigger eyes.
And this man is going to pay for it.
Her very being is inspired by the stories that she carries with her every day.
We need to bring back that retelling of our history and different versions of history, because our story as South Africans is as weak or as powerful as the stories we choose.
Okay, we can go back to the slides where we left off. Thanks. Awesome. Kulsum, are you sharing again where we were? Better. Okay, so why storytelling? Storytelling is a pedagogy. It's being recognized now. We actually first put that in the Art of Facilitation in 2016, but since then there's been a lot more about storytelling as a pedagogy. And it's also part of a decolonizing approach, which is essential for us. We need to decolonize what we do in terms of teaching and learning as ETD practitioners. It also evokes the emotional intelligence that I talked about earlier, which is very important. And we've also used coaching methodology in this, focusing on relaxation and giving you an opportunity to self-reflect. There are instances in our courses where we ask people to do some self-reflection, to do independent exercises, and the focusing on the self is very critical part of decolonizing epistemology. And if you look at Frantz Fanon, who's a reputed, in fact, the father of decoloniality in Africa in particular, he talks about the need to self-negate and to self-reflect. So it's a very important part of that. Before you can be part of a collective, you need to first work on the self. And it also helps, storytelling helps to open your heart, which then opens the mind. I think you all know how you enjoy listening to stories. It gives you more about the context. It also tells you about the learner's prior knowledge. If you ask them to tell stories in a certain way, you as the facilitator will get an idea of their prior knowledge. I've used stories to do a learning needs analysis, and it's perfect because you get exactly what the learner or the participant knows about the particular topic that you are talking about. And then it also helps to co-create curriculum, or to be a co-facilitator. And so facilitators and learners become co-learners and co-facilitators in that way. And then, of course, as I said, I've used it for learning needs as well. My slides are working now. Then, aside from stories, we also look at using indigenous proverbs, but also asking people not to put up things that you have as a facilitator, but to ask the participants in the class to share some of the proverbs they know from their childhood, from when they were little kids sitting by the fire, maybe with their gogo. They can share these, and it doesn't matter whether it's Afrikaans proverbs or isiXhosa proverbs. It all is so exciting and interesting, especially in our rich, diverse country, to share some of these kinds of things and the wealth of knowledge in these little sayings. So in the National School of Government, in our philosophy now around teaching and learning, we have moved from traditional courses where we give information. In the past, a lot of our courses were simply about regurgitating the policies and regulations, as if public servants could not read or did not want to read. And so we would have like 45 slides just on the Finance Management Act. I'm really picking on finance today, but it could be any other regulation, HR regulations, etc., ethics and so forth. And so we've moved from information giving to the know, be, do, and apply philosophy, because that's where we will get more interactive learning, and also learning that can be utilized in the workplace, in your lives, actually. So that's important. We've also moved from this focus on new management theory. A lot of our current policies, etc., even though they begin with the Constitution, the approach is a neoliberal one. And so we as facilitators or as curriculum developers need to be aware of that. And so that we, through our designing materials, know that we are applying a social justice approach, a decolonial approach, and that this can bring about the change that you want. We can't bring about transformation and change If we are embedded in new management theory, it's not meant to do that. It's supposed to maintain the capitalist status quo, and that will not help us with redress in this country. Then we also move, there's always been a lot of focus on content. So what's the content that's going to go into the curriculum? But very little focus on the process of how are we going to teach? How are we writing this program, and how is it going to get the content across? And to me, that is almost more important than just the what. The what and the how go together. And that's very, very important, because it's the how that translates the what into a transformational learning experience. We've also moved, as I talked at the beginning, and this was a term that I coined in 2016, death by slides. Yeah, I'd been in the government for many years by then, and it really was concerned that if you go to any government meeting, there's 45 slides is no problem at all, where someone's presenting at some forum and meeting, and I don't know if participants are even listening to what's going on anymore. And it doesn't stay with you once you've left that room. It's all about a checklist of getting something done. So, and we've moved to more indigenous methods, methods that are relevant and interesting, and people can own and be interested in. And what's very important is also, we often think that our courses or our programs will change others, but that's not what it's about. You can't change others if you don't change yourself first. So in our programs, we're looking at transforming the self. There's a lot of self-work that needs to be done, and that also is consistent with Fanon's thinking. So self-transformation, focus on the self, and then you can focus on changing others. As I said, training on the content, there's a move to facilitating development, and that's very important. And then there's also a move from assessment by portfolios to peer learning exchanges, where peers, where you present and individualize development, and individuals assess themselves, peers assess them, and then we observe, how people are coping in the field, or they can video. Now with the move to digitized facilitation, people can make recordings and video clips of their of facilitating something, and they can send that back, and one can look at projects and assess people in that way. So it's also a way that you can do that. So let me just see how we're doing for time. I think we'll break at 12, so let's just carry on for a bit. I'm just going to give you a short break for 10-15 minutes, and then we come back, because it's important also when you are facilitating or training like this virtually, that people do get a chance to get breaks, so they can concentrate better as people are sitting in front of a screen all the time. So one of the key things is, and I always am shattered that we have to teach this. We would hope that people would be this, being ethical. And of course, we know that in our situation and globally, in fact, ethics is becoming a very scarce, what do you call it? A principle that's very scarce amongst people. Things like integrity and honesty. There's just so much about fake, and you people walking all over other people's rights and feelings, and the lack of respect and caring that goes on. So we want to move more to having those kind of supporting ethical principles, as you see in the box there on the right-hand side, to achieve justice and equality and impartiality, etc. And so what does it mean? What does it mean to be African? as well. What are we looking at here as a facilitator? How does this influence your African identity? And what does it mean? How do you show up to people? That's what being means. How do you come across in terms of your emotions, your behavior, your tone, your body language? That is something that you're going to hear more about tomorrow as well. How do you be consultative, participatory? How do you promote participatory engagement? How do you know that you as a facilitator are also learning and fostering lifelong learning yourself, as well as amongst the learners? What are your roles? What are your competencies? And how do those come across to the learner? And your qualities, how are you showing that you are authentic, that you are not trying to be something else, that you are able to come across in a way that really identifies you and how you are, and that you are virtuous and flexible. Flexibility is so important for facilitators in the classroom. And what is your sense of being in terms of character strength and values that you embrace, and that you embrace in the classroom as well, and the kinds of social skills that are that you evince, and how does that come across to the learners as well? And especially, how do you demonstrate your commitment to anti-discrimination even as a facilitator, regardless of the courses or programs you are teaching? Remember the story of someone whose maths teacher made the girls sit at the back of the classroom? That was discriminatory. So it's not a course on gender or anti-racism. Yes, it's a maths course, but in that maths course, you need to demonstrate tolerance. You need to demonstrate anti-discrimination. You can be an environmental activist as a facilitator as well. So these are very important points to know as well. Okay, there we go. Okay, my thing is not moving again. Sorry, I really don't know why I am having these problems with slides that don't want to move. Let's see if I can get down there. I apologize for this. Hasn't happened before. I have used these slides before. So, okay, so what does being mean in the classroom as a facilitator? What does it mean in terms of learner-centered approaches, etc.? How do you be participatory and inclusive of everyone? How do you show up and be empathetic with the learners? Are you aware of yourself and how you're coming across and what you are doing, your tone? Are you engaged? Are you reflective of what's going on and the processes, the contributions of the learners? I talked about being authentic, but also having a positive attitude is important. Being humble is critical. If you want to be a co-learner and you want the learners to be co-facilitators, you need to be humble as well, and you need to be professional, but you also need to be vulnerable. Vulnerability is very important. Often facilitators think they cannot say they don't know, but that's fine to not know something and tell them you will get back to them on something, or the best thing to do is refer it to someone else in the class, and that way peer learning happens, and peer learning is a very effective means of facilitating as well. So being and becoming a learning facilitator is also being a mediator. You're mediating learning. As a facilitator, you need to be a scholar and a researcher. Everything is not going to happen in the curriculum courses that we give you. We would like you to go and engage in your own research, find other ways of doing things. Enhance your teaching skills by finding information, what's going on in the news, research methodologies, go on YouTube and look for how to facilitate virtually, for instance. So there's a lot that you need to be doing as a facilitator, becoming a scholar and a researcher as well, and reading articles and sharing those with the learners, extending their knowledge and their interests, especially for those who are that way inclined, and showing humility. You know, if a learner knows a little more than you, so what? It doesn't matter. That's a good thing, actually. And to be open to learning, and very importantly, to listen. That's critical for a facilitator, because you have to hear what the learners are saying. And then to create a caring ethos as well is very important. And also to you yourself as a facilitator, even if you're from the private sector as a consultant and you are now facilitating for the national school, you need to become a specialist in the public service and the public sector and understand what the sector comprises and what the context is and what the legislation, etc., is, policies are as related to your work. So what does it mean to be an African? So what does it mean for you? And how does it impact on your sense of being? Does being an African mean the way you look, the way you speak, the language you speak, or your values? What does it mean to be an African? Am I an African? I consider myself an African. What does it mean really to be an African? I want to leave you with that thought, and I think we'll take a 15-minute comfort break, and when you come back, we will proceed with this. And as you can see, those quotations from some of the leaders from the South up there. So yes, so go for your break. So Kulsum, can we have a break?
Yes, let's make it 10 minutes.
Okay.
Diane, it's now 11:58. If we can be back at 12:08, that will give us 10 minutes. But I want to do it this way. So the virtual colleagues can use this 8 minutes to defrost their food in time for lunch. We're going to break for lunch at 1:30. So those that are virtual, you can go and take the food out of the freezer so that by 1:30 you can have your proper lunch. So whilst you're doing that, in the room here, I'm going to be telling our colleagues where they're going to eat their nice hotel food. So we are having the break, the virtual people are defrosting, and then we are not leaving the room, colleagues. Let's not leave the room. Let's remain where we are. Feel free to stand up, stretch, go say hello to somebody you haven't seen in a long time without touching them, social distancing, 1.5 meter. Now, when we break for lunch at 1:30, so we're going to break for lunch at 1:30. If you look at your name tag, you will see that there is a dot. If you look at your name tag, you'll see that there is a dot. Some have a yellow dot like me. Others have a red dot. So you look at your name tag, you will see you either have a yellow dot or a red dot. Those with a yellow dot have been downgraded to go and eat at the hotel restaurant. So if you have a yellow dot, you've been downgraded to go and eat at the hotel restaurant, the normal one that everybody who's passing by eats at. That's where the people with the yellow dots are going. So which means that, because unfortunately I'm also on the yellow dot, which means that those on the yellow dot must not disturb the ones on the red dot, because those who have the red dot have been upgraded to go and eat at the executive dining. So the executive dining is a real executive dining, because you see the hotel restaurant for us is somewhere here on the ground. Actually, see, I think somewhere there, just next to the outside area. That's where we are eating with the yellow. The ones with the red dot, you go out this way and then you go up the stairs. That's how you go to the executive dining. It is upstairs. You are going to have your lunch there at the executive dining. Are we clear, colleagues? No swapping. If you are red, you are red. If you are yellow, you are yellow. It's your bad luck day or it's your good luck day. Why don't we stretch without leaving the room? Feel free to stand up, colleagues, stretch the legs. Without leaving the room, Mama, without leaving the room. Why are you leaving the room? The loo. The loo people can go to the loo. This side is the hotel restaurant people who are going to the loo. This side is the executive dining people who are going to the loo. Okay, so that is the lunch arrangements. We are done there. We are now left with about 6 minutes before we reconvene. 6 minutes before we reconvene. I don't have a very good sense of who we have in the room. So, who are coming from local government? Just raise your hand. Wonderful staff, wonderful staff. Local government, wonderful staff, wonderful staff. Local government, we only have a few. Okay. From provinces, who are coming from provinces? Anyone from any province, including Gauteng province? There we go. Province, there we go. Lovely. Province, there we go. Academies, who are coming from the academies? Oh, so you are from the provincial academy. Okay. Academies. There are municipal academies. You know, some municipalities have academies. So we have colleagues from municipal academies. And then from national, do we have anyone from Treasury here? Nice stuff. Thank you very much. DPSA, I haven't seen anyone. DPSA, Department of Public Service and Administration, anyone from there? DPSA, anyone from DPSA? CPSI, Center for Public Service and Innovation, no one? Public Service Commission, no one? Sorry? We don't have anyone from the Public Service Commission. Okay. DPME? Presidency? There we go. Thank you very much. So it's quite a diverse group, because I see we have a number of people from municipalities, from provinces, from national departments. Then we also have people from academies, which is quite wonderful. So that is the spread that we have. And we hope as we begin to engage throughout the day, today and tomorrow, that diversity will show itself up in terms of the different inputs from the different angles and the different perspectives that you'll be bringing with yourselves. So we're really looking forward to that. We left with 2 minutes. I would really expect colleagues to start trickling in. 2 minutes to go. We can start walking back in, please, so that we are on time. 2 minutes, we need to start walking back in. Just remember, colleagues, social distancing remains quite important. Micron is here, so we have to look after ourselves. We are hoping that this new variant will not be precedence setting. We hope that it will not be as vicious as Delta was when it visited us. Colleagues, come in. We need to start. Can colleagues come in, start trickling in, please? Colleagues, can you come back, please? We need to get started. The defrosters online, come back, please. We need to start. If everybody can walk in. Okay, so I think we must get going. On your table, colleagues, we've also left each table with a bottle of sanitizer. So it's a big bottle, enough for all of you on the table to keep on sanitizing at various parts of the building. I'm sure you've seen that there are sanitizers, continue to sanitize. So we will really be reminding all of you to keep practicing these basic things. We've kept the doors open deliberately because we are also allowing this thing that the president says is the cheapest thing on earth, air. So we want to allow air to flow through the room. Dr. Muthayan, are you back with us? Have you defrosted already? Are you able to rejoin us?
Yes, I am. I must say you're very stingy with your time to put it on a fast defrost.
Dr. Muthayan?
Yes, can you hear me, Dr. Marja? I'm here.
Dr. Muthayan?
I am here.
Colleagues, both online and physically, I am hoping that you are all still with us. I'm hoping that you are following this conversation that we are sharing with yourselves. And we are doing this not just for presentation's sake. Remember at the beginning, I did say we are partnering with you. Part of this, what I call strategic partnership that we are endeavoring to pursue, is really about us going in one direction together. So these conversations are the beginnings of that one direction movement. You know, Africanization, storytelling, the power of storytelling. whilst we just waiting for Dr. Muthayan, you know, this whole conversation and the video that we saw from Umam Trinam Hlope on storytelling is a very powerful tool that many of us who still refer to ourselves as Africans have forgotten. Many of you in this room and virtually, when you grew up, including myself, your parents told you stories about themselves, about their lives, about what made them to be who they are, why they became who they are, why they behave in ways that they're behaving, why they are relating to others in certain ways. But many of us today have stopped telling our children stories. Most parents today have stopped the art of storytelling in their own homes. I've done a lot of research on youth in South Africa, and I've been shocked at how many young people are unable to tell me stories that they've been told by their own parents. Because parents today are not telling stories to their children. And then we are surprised when we have the problems we are having. And we think young people can just be who they are without us telling them stories about ourselves. Now, with young people, the power of storytelling is quite interesting because, and I've seen this with my own son, I tell my own son a lot of stories about myself, my parents, and how the heritage has come down all the way to who he is. He's now 20 years old, but for many years, I actually was convinced that Agangizwa, you know, is not listening because I would talk to him. In fact, sometimes my son would tell me, Daddy, you know, I'm not listening. But I've been amazed when he turned 15 and 16, how he starts telling me the stories I used to tell him that I never thought he was listening to. So this conversation about storytelling and how we are going to use it in us training public servants, we have to hold on to it even when they look like they're not listening. Stories are an extremely powerful tool because it brings you into the space and it connects people with each other. Dr. Muthayan, I see your face now without the glasses again. Are we going to have that earlier problem? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now, Dr. Marjo?
Yes, clearly.
Okay, good. So, all right, so Kulsum will share the slides. Okay. So this is why we were talking about using African quotes and understanding, you know, leadership on the continent and Africanizing our curriculum, rather than instead of quoting from, you know, a Winston Churchill or someone from Harvard, etc. We have lots of erudite scholars and leaders on our continent, and we can certainly use what they have said. So now we're going to play you a little video clip. So you can all get your popcorn out and sit back and watch the video.
I am an African.
Oops, the
I
sound.
owe my being to the hills and the valleys, the mountains and the glades, the rivers, the deserts, the trees, the flowers, the seas, and the ever-changing seasons that define the face of our native land. My body has frozen in our frosts and in our latter-day snows. It has thawed in the warmth of our sunshine and melted in the heat of the midday sun. The crack and the rumble of the summer thunders, lashed by startling lightning, have been a cause both of trembling and of hope. The fragrances of nature have been as pleasant to us as the sight of the wild blooms of the citizens of the veldt. The dramatic shapes of the Dragon's Back, the soil-colored waters of the Likwa, Iqili, Notugel, and the sands of the Kalahari have all been panels of the set on the natural stage on which we act out the foolish deeds of the theater of the day. At times, and in fear, I have wondered whether I should concede equal citizenship of our country to the leopard and the lion, the elephant and the springbok, the hyena, the black mamba, and the pestilential mosquito. A human presence among all of these a feature on the face of our native land just defined, that none dare challenge me when I say I am an African. One child, that try on and people took battle. The soldiers Mushweshwe and Gumunyane taught never to read. I am the child of Nongaus. Heart of all of these people. And in the knowledge that none dares contest that assertion, I shall claim that I'm an African.
Okay, Dr. Mathayan?
Yes, okay, thanks. I wasn't sure about the sound. It wasn't so good on the virtual side, but
No, I think we are on 1G here, and I don't know what G you're on there, so it was cutting. But
Okay.
yeah, but it's done now, so I think we can push
Okay.
on.
All right. Okay, fine. So I just want people to share in the chat, and maybe those who are in the room can put up their hands and speak to you, Dr. Marja. But I want to know how they're feeling now. How did that video make them feel, especially before the break? I'll ask them, what does it mean to be an African? And now we listen to this video clip. I'd just like to know, how are you feeling at this point? And you can just post those feelings in the chat box, the virtual people, and the ones who are in your room, maybe they can just put up their hands and inform you, Dr. Marja.
Thank you. So we will keep our eyes on the chat to see what the colleagues on the chat are saying. The video clip, belonging, there's belonging in the chat, that we can see people are feeling a sense of belonging from the video. We can raise hands in the room. We have a roving mic, and then we can be able to just get a sense how you are feeling. We have a colleague at the back. Go ahead. Good. Anyone in the room? I am because of you in the chat. I'm an African, everything former president said. Well blamed, acknowledging our Africans, our roots as Africans. Proud to be African on the chart. These are what's coming through. Proud to be who I am from the chart. In the room, any other inputs? Doesn't matter who I am in the chat. We're picking that up in the room. Any other one in the room? Any colleagues in the room? How are you feeling now? How are you feeling? Yes, go ahead, say.
Yes, thank you.
Just
I
one
have-
sec. Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we have somebody in the room.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Insufficiently rooted.
Insufficiently rooted. Or you want to say sufficiently rooted?
No. I'm doing a situation analysis. And saying, as Africans, at this point in time, are we sufficiently rooted in our Africanness?
Ah.
And my conclusion is maybe not sufficiently so.
Okay.
If you get it.
Yes, now I get you. Now I get you. There's another colleague there online. There's Live Your Story, indebted to Africa, proud to be South African.
Yes.
Go ahead.
After watching the video, after years of oppression, I feel a sense of completeness now. Because before this video, you feel the existence of African persons. We are not complete. You always use that you be complete once you are more like okay.
Sense of belonging online, knowing yourself online, complete from the physical space here, you feel completed. Any other hands in the room? A number of colleagues are active online. We really appreciate it. Any other? Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, bring us to the point that we understand that to be an African is to recognize and appreciate that those physical things like rivers, water, and biological beings belongs to Africa, and then we must appreciate nature. And we must be an African.
Yes, well said. I feel like the former president has unveiled my identity that is online. So from the floor, you are feeling appreciated, which we welcome. I guess this is a complex conversation, you know, and no amount of quick conversation now can do justice to it. You know, there's expressions of unity online and different other expressions. The reality, of course, is that Dr. Muthan is raising these issues and having played the video from the former president. It's a deficit start. We're engaging with this from a position of deficit. You know, 48 years of apartheid, hundreds of years of colonialism. We've only had our democracy now for about 26 years. I mean, my view, Dr. Muthayan, as we come back to you, it's my personal view, is that I think as a country, since 1994, we have not been very good at appreciating the damage that the apartheid colonial system had created and had caused. And I don't think we have gone deep enough to undo it. Because you see, the apartheid system was a very well thought through system. It was actually even enacted in parliament. Bantu education was an act of parliament. They did a lot of research to end up enacting Bantu education. They resourced Bantu education for many decades and implemented it. I don't know whether you can assume that a system like that can undo itself once democracy is declared. And I think maybe that's part of the conversation we need to think about, is whether were we able to put a system in place to undo that system. If you get a snake bite, Dispring will not help you from dying. They have to put this thing, I'm not a medical practitioner, but they call it what, an antidote. And I understand that these antidotes actually contain the venom of that snake. So they need to know which snake bit you so that they can do an antidote with the venom from that same snake. And I think maybe part of the conversation now has to be about, did we really have an antidote when it comes to being African, when it comes to being liberated and mentally, that is. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Dr. Marja. Yes, I think some of the words that came up that were, I have listened to this video many times myself, and I know the first couple of times it actually really brought tears to my eyes with the pride that I felt within. And I can see that also among some people in the chat and what people were saying in the room. Someone said something nice, that it gives me a sense of self-worth. And I think that's very important, you know, to feel our sense of identity and our sense of value as Africans, because we often, what the impact of colonialism was to take that sense away. It was to denigrate us and humiliate us and feel that we had nothing to contribute to the world. So it's important when one listens to something like this to feel proud of who we are. And I think that's some of the impact that this have. But it's also, someone said it's living Ubuntu and being patriotic. And I think this is so important for us because we often are so critical, you know, of our country and a lot of what we've experienced recently. And of course, COVID has exacerbated all of that. But I think it's very important now and then to remind us of who we are and where we are, and also to be aware that, you know, it's not as if the grass is greener on the other side. You know, the whole world is reeling from the economy and the impact of COVID on the economy. The whole world is reeling from leadership issues and corruption and fake news and all of that. So we, you know, sometimes we just have to sit back and be grateful and think about giving gratitude for what you have and who you are and within your sphere. We can't change things overnight, but we can. This is the change I was talking about, the self-transformation. We can look within and look around us and see how we make small changes where we have influence and manage that. And in that way, each individual then contributes to decoloniality, which is a much bigger national, in fact, it's a global project that needs to be undertaken. So I just wanted to say that before we go back to the slides. So Kulsum or Marty, you can share the slides again, please. Okay, next slide. Okay, so these are I wonder if any of you would have known who these women presidents are. African women presidents. Would you have known who they are and been able to identify them? Okay.
Well, I'm not sure whether online they can, but I don't see anyone raising their hand online. In the room, I am not seeing any hand, right? No one knows these African presidents, right?
Is that true?
There's one hand at the back. So let's hear, there's one person, Dr. Muthayan, who seems to know somebody here. Let's hear her out. At the back, go ahead, give the lady a mic, please, at the back. Yes, go ahead. Which president are you recognizing here? Just 1 second, Dr. Muthayan.
Yes, I am.
No, oh, the gentleman there, or there was, okay, go ahead, you can go ahead.
The lady on top, the middle one, the former president of Liberia. Yeah.
You can only recognize that one.
I can only recognize that one. I think one of them looks like my ex.
But we didn't all hear that. I mean. So should we hear it or not? Is it censored?
Oh, I mean, so okay. It means that we're not picking up the roving mics. Fortunately, I've been repeating, but this one I was not going to repeat because it's a bit embarrassing. So the gentleman does recognize the former president of Liberia.
Okay.
And then she says, one of the other ladies looks like somebody he might have known in the past. I'm putting it in English. Any other colleagues? That's it. Okay, Dr. Muthayan.
Okay. So I'm going to ask Marty to stop sharing and then I'm going to share something. Okay. Okay, so maybe here's a little exercise for you. Can you perhaps look at this and think about who is who's who amongst these presidents? For instance, which one is Ellen Joseph Sirleaf of Liberia? Who is Catherine Samba Panza of Central African Republic? Who is Joyce Banda of Malawi? Who is Mina Gurib Fakin of Mauritius? Who is Sylvie Kinihi of Burundi? Who is Rose Francine Rogombe of Gabon? Did you actually realize that we have so many female, oops, did I move that already? I wanted to ask you the question first. Okay, so did you firstly realize that we had so many female African women as leaders on the continent? Tell us virtually in the chat whether you realize that or not. Oh, there's some people are giving the answers in the chat already. Very good. 2. Not everybody. Anyone in the room, Dr. Marcher, that knows who's who?
Well, in the room, they stopped with the former president of Liberia. Beyond that, I
Okay.
think,
Yeah, she seems
oh,
to
there's
be
one,
well
yes, we have one person. Let's hear whether, but you know, he doesn't look like he knew before you flipped that slide. You know? That's my only worry with this gentleman.
I know Joyce Banda from Malawi, number 4, former president of Malawi.
Uh-huh.
And number 3, the lady from Burundi, Sylvia Kindi.
Uh-huh.
Those are the 2 that I know.
Okay. 2. Most of you got 2 right.
Yeah.
Oh, most of you didn't have any, didn't know any. Some of you got 2 right, some got 1 right, I think, maybe. Let's see.
We have one more in the room, room.
Okay.
Maybe she will get 6 out of 6.
Okay.
Go
Maybe she
ahead, ma'am.
Googled. Make sure they didn't Google. Dr.
Well, you
Martin.
flipped the slide, so that's the, but let's see. I mean, you did revert
okay.
back quickly. Go ahead, Mama. Go ahead, yeah, it's on. Go ahead. It's on. Go ahead.
With me, I only know one, which is Joyce Banda is number 5 on those pictures there.
Okay.
Okay.
We're back with you, Dr. Mutayan.
Okay, let's see. Let's get to the answers. And now will my computer freeze again? Okay, let's see. Where's this? Okay, there we go. Right. So let's see. There we go. The last lady was correct, Dr. Marja, Joyce Banda of Malawi.
Yes, yes.
Liberia, the president of Liberia, Sirleaf. And Sylvie Knigi of Burundi. Okay, but I'm more interested to know how many people realize there are so many women presidents in the country, and do we pay attention to these kinds of things? Do we know the presidents and prime ministers in Europe better than we know the presidents and prime ministers on our own continent? And then what does that say about us being African? Anyone want to say anything about that to you, Dr. Marja, or in the chat?
Yeah. In the room, they seem quiet, but I mean, there's a gentleman at the back, so we'll give him an opportunity. There's a gentleman. Go ahead. Go ahead. Oops, 1 second. Wait. Go ahead. Something is. No, wait. The mic is there, and then they'll come to you. Yeah. So go ahead there at the back, colleague.
I think it says a lot about us not knowing ourselves. We were dogmatized, if that's the correct word, English word. We know European things more than, or issues more than we know our issues. Hence, I cannot speak Setswana in here. I can only speak the language. Remember, when me and you grow up.
I didn't grow up with you.
Yeah, wherever you have grown up.
Oh, okay,
yes.
okay.
I think you are speaking language. Yeah, your own language, more than what we do now. We even teach our children foreign languages, more than our own languages. So it means there is a lot that needs to be done. We can't even put our own kids where our own brothers and sisters or in the neighborhood that we are living in, especially those who are living in the locations, we want them in the schools that we say they are better. Whilst you have teachers who can still do the job. So the problem is that there's a lot of speeches rather than implementation on the ground. The speech of the former president is very nice, but is it saying to us, or has it changed anything? No. It's a speech that needs us to start looking at ourselves and then work on the process of saying, I am a Tswana. How do I say to my kids, this is where you come from, this is where I come from, and this is how you need also to say to your kids, and try and implement that, not just only have speeches and do nothing. We can only speak English all over. We can only do everything that is done the other side. If you do things that are need to be done this side, you get criticized. By who? By us also. Not necessarily those foreigners there, but you get criticized by the very same South Africans. If I say South Africans, I become very broad because we are so many and different. If I'm a Tswana, it will be those Tswanas who will be dealing with you to say you are backward. But if you do things that are overseas, you are the best person. So I think we don't know ourselves. I want to be honest. I also know one president, the former Liberian president, because somehow she was popular with other things. I want to be honest. The Bandas and I don't know. I did not know them. And it's very much embarrassing to say. I can tell you that there was a president in Brazil who was removed at some point for, when you look at it, it was political with regards to the BRICS issue. I know that, but I don't know what is happening in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. You can give it to the gentleman. Go ahead.
Thank you, Program Director. I think I won't say much because it's exactly what I said earlier on when I said insufficiently rooted, and you were saying maybe I meant to say sufficiently, because that thing of the former president, what it did to me was actually to say, look at yourself, look at your children, look at people around you, and using that benchmark, say how much of those things can you relate to yourself and your people around you. And using your words, I found that it was more like a deficit, a model that one had to adopt and say, look, there's so much of a gap between what is truly African and how we behave as African, that we should actually say we know ourselves as African. Our children know themselves as African. And I want to suggest that there is a vast gap, even for all generations, and it gets worse and worse for our children and grandchildren. I mean, you find that your grandchildren maybe can hardly utter a word in your own mother tongue, and they can speak English maybe as well as anybody else. But that's a challenge of being African, isn't it? And just to close, somebody was saying I saw that on one of these videos. I won't mention the person's name, but they were saying, how can you say you are a revolutionary African when you are celebrating your child graduating at Oxford and not somewhere, a local university, Walter Sisulu or something?
So that's why I was actually addressing it from that point, not to say that there was nothing that useful that the president had said, but it was so much the gap that it actually demonstrated we still have to bridge. And as facilitators, trainers, I want to think that we need to be focused on that redress journey to say how much can we do to bring back the Africanness. People have tried that from Marcus Garvey all the way back and so forth. We need to go back ourselves in these generations to say, what exactly does it mean to be African? Who are our good people, who the scientists and all those things that stand out there as African, so that we can get our dignity back. So that was really the issue that I was talking to. How our history books, which Africans are they talking about in our schools right now for our children? Hardly any, maybe here Nelson Mandela, 1, 2, 3, and it's gone and finished. That's really the deficit issue that you have said in your own words. And that's what I was trying to say right from the word go when I answered that question. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. So, you know, I'm on TikTok. I mean, some of you maybe don't know. There is this thing called TikTok. So I'm on TikTok. So I was watching Kanye West. On TikTok, he was being interviewed. So Kanye West, okay, he's no longer Kanye West. He's now called Ye. So Ye says, you know, Africa is a joke. He says, you know, 80% of the banks in Africa are owned by Europeans. And then he says, the remaining 20% is being taken up by the Chinese. And then he asks this guy who's interviewing him, I said, you know what the Africans are doing? They're busy playing on their cell phones. Well, I was on my cell phone at the time, so I really I was a bit offended, but I stopped after that. I mean, I stopped playing on the phone because I just thought, you know, I can't, but you can't unsee what you've seen. So it stuck with me. You want more inputs, Dr. Muthayan? The room here is kind of on fire now. Are we giving our colleagues online an opportunity also?
Yes, let's talk about this. This is a very, very important conversation and very close to my heart, as you well know. So let's just look at some of what people are saying. But I just wanted to say something about the contribution about the reason we know President Ellen Sirleaf is because she was getting so much Western attention, which shows that our lens and the way we look at the world, the glasses we wear, goes through the West back to Africa. We can't see our own continent, we don't. And so that was a very profound statement that the gentleman made right there in the venue, and just shows us when we do know something about Africa, we know it from the West, from news from the West, from eyes of the West, from the ears of the West, from the values of the West. So we have to always step back and think. You have to, and this is what I want to ask the facilitators and the ETD practitioners present here today, is to try and wear glasses that have a decolonial tint. You know, they talk about rose-tinted glasses, decolonial tinted glasses. So we constantly try to see something from an African perspective. We constantly try to see it from another perspective. Because if I just go back to this thing about the flights, and I know it did affect me personally, so that's not the reason I want to go there. But sometimes you would just say, oh, it's the coronavirus, and look how it's ruining life and it's upsetting things. But it's not just that. There's another whole control, another whole hegemony that rests with the UK. The UK is our major one of our major trading partners. And the UK stopped just like that, without discussing it with us, without picking up the phone. They put it on the news and gave this impression that this is a South African variant. And so it just shows what power they have. And even though there's messaging coming now, this first message prevails. And then the Dutch, the Netherlands has said, 13 of the passengers had this new variant, and they even gave bigger numbers of how many had the COVID virus as well. And then, of course, that was cause for the whole of Europe then to just also shut us off. And I couldn't help thinking, and I'm going to say this now, I couldn't help thinking that when Jan van Riebeeck came to the Cape, we didn't put him in quarantine for all the diseases that the West brought to this continent, and so now the Dutch are closing off their borders to us as South Africans. I couldn't not make that, that connection. And I think these are some of the things we need to be aware of and to think about as well. I don't know how many of you were aware that at the G7 Leaders Summit, I think it was in June this year, our President Cyril Ramaphosa, on behalf of other countries, also like India and Brazil, was requesting the IP for manufacturing the vaccine in the South. And you know what? He was rejected. Some countries agreed and others rejected that call. And one wonders what, you don't have to wonder, it's capital that's behind it. But when one is trying to save the population of the world against this pandemic, and especially in the South where, there's so much poverty, there's such a battle to get the vaccine out. And here are some countries that can possibly help to manufacture faster and have the know-how, like South Africa, like India, and they are being blocked from this IP. So that is what you call cognitive injustice. And that's the biggest injustice that we are facing. And that's where we need to start decolonizing in terms of knowledges, in terms of epistemology. And so I just wanted to share these two instances that sometimes we don't look at these things like that. But it is, again, all points to Western hegemony and control over knowledge, not just the economy, over knowledge. And that's a critical part. And this is how this knowledge of Sirleaf, it's a knowledge that knowledge comes from a Western hegemony again. So I just wanted to say that, and then maybe Dr. Marjo, you can read some of what's been shared in the chat, because that's also interesting sharing as well there in the chat.
No, thank you very much. Colleagues, you can continue contributing in the chat so that we can see what you are saying. We have a gentleman at the back who'd like to contribute to the conversation. Go ahead, sir.
I think this tells us a lot about our media, TV in particular, because these people in our TV, it's easy to cover the story about America and England and other European countries than about our African countries. And the way they report, if they're talking about somebody from Africa, it will be about the story. But if it's somebody from the West, then you'll be able to see the picture of that person. So I think that's the thing which made us difficult to recognize our African leaders. So I think that contributes a lot as well. Thank you.
Thank you. The lady at the back, go ahead.
African woman in South Africa. When looking at those 5 ladies, I'm not even embarrassed by the fact that I only knew 2. I only knew Liberia and the Malawi lady. Why? Because in Africa per se, I don't know whether it's politics or it's being chauvinistic that much. If a lady is appointed president, she will have to prove herself, I don't know, 1,000 times that she's brilliant enough, just like a man. We are now in this period of these 16 days of activities in South Africa right now. So gender is killing us in Africa. In fact, we are bulleting ourselves on the foot because we don't realize women as leaders. We don't realize that women are as gifted as men are. We are as brilliant as you men are. So when this lady was the president of Liberia, we knew her because of the difficulties that she faced during her leadership. It was left and right, up and down, people, especially males, fighting the lady while she was the president there. What happened to Joyce in Malawi? Joyce was only acting because the president had died. What happened when they were to appoint the president? They couldn't take a lady for a president in Malawi. So Joyce had to be dropped just like that. And they saw a male being better than Joyce. What happened thereafter? Because as far as I'm concerned as a lady, I would have supported Joyce because of the brilliance that she came with while she was leading in Malawi. Even in South Africa, what have we done? Instead of taking a lady for a change for presidency, what have we done? The only good example is what Americans did in their last vote when they were putting the first Black woman as a deputy president of such a giant country, America. So in other words, I'm trying to say to you, one of the reasons why we don't know those ladies is because of the way and our cultural chauvinistic way of thinking. Before we change our way of thinking and we take each other as people, as brilliant, as, thinkful, as gifted as we South African or African ladies are, our countries will not go far. We need to change our thinking and realize each other as human beings and as gifted as everyone is, not because of gender. Gender issues in Africa is one of the things that kills us, kills our politics, kills our way of thinking. That is what I'm saying, especially you young men, change your way of thinking. Then we will be having a better Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Dr. Mutayan, I want to change gear.
Okay.
Because I was having a sense of déjà vu. I was in a room like this in 1992, where everything that is being said today was said there. Literally everything. Well, I mean, except for the names of people. In 1992, this is nearly 30 years ago. Why are we having the same conversations over and over? I mean, the minister this morning was talking about execution diligence. At what point are we going to start saying we need to do the following 4 things to change these 10 things? And then wake up tomorrow, clear that we are going to do them. You see, we sit in nice rooms here and even at home, and we lament. We lament, this thing, and then this thing. And I'm not lying. In 1992, I sat in a room where exactly these things were said. One of the things I've realized in terms of now doing things that help us move forward, one of the things that I've realized we've become very good at as South Africans in particular, even Africans broadly, is that we've become very good at avoiding ourselves. We've become masters of self-avoidance. Because, you see, if you don't recognize yourself first, you're unlikely to recognize anyone else. And that's why it's easy for, I mean, we use nomenclature now. That's why it's easy for a Black person to celebrate the downfall of another Black person. It's because that Black person did not have his or her own self-value first and foremost. Because if you believe that Black people must be nothing, it's because you believe you are nothing. So, but we avoid that conversation, and you've been trying to make that point, but maybe you were trying to make it in a nice way. So if that is the issue, one of the issues we need to worry about, then we must say, so why are we talking about this here? We are supposed to be dealing with professionalizing public service trainers, right? We can't come here and just lament. So what it means is that as a public service trainer yourself, before you can go and train others about their own value. You know, there's this guy, he's a Nobel laureate called Amartya Sen. He uses the words valuable states of being. He says that there has to be this thing that he calls valuable states of being. So if you're waking up in the morning and you're going to be training public servants, and yet you yourself, you know, you're not sure whether you should wake up, you're not sure whether you should wash, and you say, hey, but if I go on that stage, hey, they might ask me difficult questions, so hey, I must, hey, and this thing must finish quickly. You're going to spread that COVID of yours to everybody. The people you are teaching or training will be like you. They will be a reflection of you. So there's a big job that we have to self-manage, to work on ourselves, and to recognize our value first. Wake up and say, but what am I good at? What am I? And once you answer that question, even when they try to say you're useless, you say, look, guys, that's your opinion, but me, I'm good at this. Yeah, you might not like it that I'm good at it, but I'm good at this. And yes, many others will say for many days to come, he's boastful, he's arrogant. No, you say, no. Dr. Musayan says we must be humble. You're humble, you relax, you don't sweat anyone, you don't insult anyone. But when it's your turn to talk, you say, oh yeah, no, me, I'm good at this. So if you want me to do this thing that I'm good at, I will do it. But you see, the problem, Dr. Muthayan, with that is that when you say you're good at something, you better be good at it. You can't claim to be good at something you're not good at. And to be good at something means hard work. You have to invest yourself into being good at that thing that you say you are good at. Dr. Muthayan? You must do that. The glasses, you see, when you're not wearing the glasses, we have problems. There we go. You can then press that button and talk.
What's the glasses got to do with my mute? I was just responding to Devin Fredericks in the chat. He says, we're still discussing this issue because those who need to be in the room and take leadership, those who need to be here are not in the room, and about this whole thing. And I agreed, we need to take that leadership and transform, and we need to recognize, and I always say that leadership is not a DG or a DDG or a minister. We're all leaders in our own rights, and we all have a sphere of influence, whether it's even just in our home or in our classroom or in our workplace, amongst our own team. We all have some influence to exert, and that's where we must affect the change. We can't wait for the president and the ministers. And I always say this on all the different versions of the art of facilitation. Everyone is a leader in their own right, and we need to recognize that as well and affirm ourselves in that way and empower ourselves in that way. Thanks. I just wanted to add that there. I think we can go back to the slides. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Martique. And yeah, all right. So then linked to that discussion we've just had now, it's very important for the facilitators and for all of us to have zero tolerance for injustice and unfair discrimination wherever we encounter it. And this is exactly almost the point we were talking about, whether it's in the workplace, whether it's in our home, whether we see it happening in a public place, what will our role be? Will we just stand by? Will we try to intervene? These are some of the things we have to ask ourselves now. How do we become anti-discriminatory? Anti means fighting against the discrimination. And this is what we're trying to achieve. In fact, the NSG, we've just now put a course online. We've designed and developed an online course called Anti-Discrimination for the Public Sector. So there are many forms of discrimination, and one of the key ones that we've been experiencing in this country has been xenophobia. The way we treat people from other parts of the continent, then how do we show or demonstrate our Africanness when we can't even tolerate our African brothers and sisters on the continent? People who have also been through the same kinds of histories like us of colonialism and, face the same kind of history and live in the same kind of context, and yet we have this intolerance for people that have come from other parts of the continent. And then there's also things like homophobia, transphobia, biphobia, etc. Yes. And then you all know the phobia, Islamophobia. There's a lot of that. You see that overseas as well. And sometimes we ourselves have it and we don't talk about it or we don't share it. So these are some of the things we need to think about. We need to be open about. We need to examine our own stereotypes, our own prejudices, how discriminatory we ourselves are. So those are some of the important things that we need to do. So I think there's a Mentimeter question now. Can I have the next slide first before we go to the Mentimeter question? So I'd like to just read this case of Islamophobia right here in the Cape. A 28-year-old woman, and this was on the news. It came on the news. This woman said that she was on her way to a brother's business on a Monday when this incident occurred, and she was going to go and help her brother at the snook stand, and it was grant time and he tends to get busy. I decided to walk to my brother. It was about 1:30 p.m. in the day, so that's like about lunchtime. And as I was walking, this white man comes up to me and tries to pull off my hijab and niqab and said, "Jy slamse gemors, dis," and he's expletive, "there's something warm." And so, in other words, as you know, this translates to "you Muslim rubbish, it's hot." And, this is offensive, trying to pull off someone's traditional wear, related to the religion, and to call them expletives. And, it is quite a disgusting issue. And so she says she never expected something like that to happen. I think she was in shock. And then the man also threw something at her in her face, which she thought was a water bottle. And she says, "I don't know if he thought I was a foreigner, but I was fighting with him. He tried to throw a stone at me, but missed. The bottle to my face resulted in me having a blue eye He kept shouting these vulgar words at me and telling me he was going to stab me, she claimed. So, you know, this must have been quite traumatic. She wasn't expecting this. Obviously, this is something she goes and does. It's a route or whatever that she normally takes. And to have this encounter must have been quite disturbing. And these are the kinds of things that happen, you know, in our society. So now I'm going to ask you to go to, we can have the next slide, Marty, and then you are going to, in your chat, so the question will be in the chat, you'll see a link again for Mentimeter, and try to respond on the Mentimeter link. And so the questions are about what kind of discrimination have you experienced? Tell us about any, whether it's racial, sexual, age, marital, ethnic, around your disability, culture, language, religion. So what kind of discrimination have you ever experienced? And you can go to Mentimeter, and there is the code at the top here of the screen, 1627247. 1627-247. And so you can describe what kind of discrimination you have experienced. So you can see there how it's going. Okay, so we have got race at the top. What's interesting in this room is we don't have disability. And what this is showing you is not that there is no discrimination around disability. It's showing you how few disabled people are even in this room, that are even visible. Someone talked about invisible. People with disabilities in our country are invisible. We have not yet met the equity standards for bringing them into the workplace. Even in government, we are well below the number of disabled people that we should be employing in government and just generally in the workplace across this country. So when you see that disability right at the bottom, the sad thing is that they're not even in this room where they can vote on such a situation. So there's someone talking about in the chat who has experienced race, age, and culture discrimination. Ethnic, so race remains at the top. And that's not surprising given our history of coloniality and apartheid in our country. So that's not at all surprising. And then we've got ethnic and social discrimination, culture, religion, age. Age is going up. I see a lot of people are discriminated against related to their age, Dr. Marja. In this language.
No, I know that one firsthand.
Yes, I was surprised when you said something about 92. I didn't know you were born then.
No, I was just born.
Okay. All right, so I think you get the idea here, and we've shared now. We can see what's going on in this room and amongst the people here and on the chat. And sometimes we don't think about this. We don't think about what people have experienced in terms of race and ethnicity, etc. Okay, so I think we can move on from here, colleagues. The next slide. Okay, there's an interesting something in the chat here about foundations. We can build solid structures. Perhaps a way forward is to turn the stones of the past that are broken into foundations rather than trying to stick them back together. Okay, that's an interesting metaphor there. Okay, so just a reminder again of your emotions. How did that discrimination make you feel? What did you feel as a result of the discrimination? You put up your the kind of discrimination. Now I'd like you to just describe how you felt, how it made you feel, and also then how did you respond to the incident? What was your response to the incident? So assuming that you have this on Mentimeter as well. Is there Mentimeter in the chat? Let's just see. Another Mentimeter question. Okay, we've got kinds of discrimination. Do we have a second Mentimeter here, Kulsum, or should people just post it in the chat? Okay, I think you can post your feelings. How did you feel with the kind of discrimination you experienced? Someone says angry, shamed. We can give the people in the venue a chance as well. Dr. Marja, fearful.
Yeah.
Inferior, that's terrible thing to feel. And that's what the whole discrimination is intended to do. Sad, very sad, hopeless, hurt and angry. Dehumanized. That's the whole purpose of coloniality and racism, is to dehumanize us as Black people. Dr. Marja, are there any hands up in the room where people want to share their feelings of how they felt?
Do you have
Just a
hands,
word.
colleagues? Any hands in the room? Not yet, not yet. Continue.
Okay. Fight back, determined to succeed as a woman. This was obviously a gender issue, and this made the Colleen even more determined to succeed as a woman. Devon, angry. And Willem de Toy, it's really sad that people can act that way, always standing up despite being unpopular for taking a stand. So that's where the active anti-discrimination activism come in, that you will not allow it in your, where you encounter it or you see others encountering it. That is a way to be anti-discriminatory as well, in a very active way. Okay, next slide, please. We shall carry on now with the slides because I'm sure people are getting hungry. So let's move on with the session. Okay, so the art of facilitation, in the art of facilitation, and some of this you will also do a lot, there will be a lot more on these kinds of topics tomorrow, but you can see there in the blocks, these are some of the facilitation skills that are part of being a good facilitator. Listening with respect is very important, and knowing how to facilitate, creating a safe place where your learners feel they can speak openly, dealing with conflict as well. That's very important. How do you deal with conflict? Empowering the learners in the classroom. That's quite important as well. And then also knowing your African context. Do you have your own bag of tricks? Remember, I talked about you doing your own research as a researcher. Are you authentic? Are you present when you are facilitating? Or are you looking at your cell phone or worrying about the plumbers coming to your house today, etc., etc.? Are you flexible? Do you take time to reflect on what you're saying and what the learners are saying? Being present and giving feedback. Feedback is very, very important. We often talk about communication, but we pay very little attention to giving people feedback, especially in the public service. It's like compulsory to write all kinds of reports. It's part of compliance, but we never get feedback on these reports, which can help improve things and help us. If we have highlighted challenges, there's no feedback. So we don't really know how we can improve things because we do not get that kind of feedback or acknowledgement. And you know, right at the beginning, we talked about how important acknowledgement is. So here's an exercise for you. Look at these blocks, choose just one of them, and then tell us how you use it, how you have used it in your facilitation. So just choose one of those blocks and tell us how or why you use it in your facilitation as a facilitator. So let's hear from you there.
Dr. Matayan, just repeat your question again.
So we showed you on the slide, the little blocks, the art of facilitation skills, listening with respect, being present, giving feedback, being flexible, being authentic. I want the participants to choose one block and just explain how or why they find they use it in their facilitation. Why is that particular block important, and how have they used it in their facilitation so far?
Okay.
As
Can
facilitators.
we project that slide, please, colleagues? Can we project that slide with blocks, with the blue blocks?
Can we go back, Marty or Coulson? Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
There.
so this is the one. So
yeah, and in your chat, you will see the link for the Mentimeter. And it was there. So maybe Coulson or Marty, you can just tell us what the code was for that. And then we can repeat it to the group.
You want them to respond on Mentimeter.
That's right, yes.
Okay, so let's go to the link so that they can get the code.
That's okay. So there's the link and the code is 990628885. For people in the venue, the code is 990628885. And for people that are virtual, all you have to do is click on the link in your chat box and enter your answer. Okay, so someone uses the bag of tricks. I use breath work. Good. Embodiment, journaling, and dialogue walks a lot. That sounds very interesting. We would love to, that's going to be an interesting one that we would love to learn more about. Creating a safe place helps the delegates engage freely and raise the real issues they face without fear, because you are so right, because it's a safe place, they can be open and you know, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, which is hopefully what we do here as well. Being present and giving feedback. I'm flexible in facilitation and making sure that they all feel free to contribute. Colleen in the chat says, allow for robust debate that's giving people power and listen with respect to what they have to say. So listening with respect is very important. It opens them up and then they can engage comfortably in that space. Listening, yeah, lots of people are noticing the importance of listening. Create an environment that's conducive, says the chat. Check-ins, standard in my facilitation work. Yes, we also like check-ins, Rihanna. So that will work well with the NSG programs. Authentic, there's a great value in being vulnerable. Yes, I have been privileged to lead the learners, creating permission for the learners to also share their fears and dreams, as well as joys and celebration in new learning. I can hear that someone that really enjoys their facilitation. Psychological safety, reflection for post-training agency, that's for implementation, that's for impact and uptake, that's very important. Flexible to accommodate learners from different backgrounds and race groups, and that's also important. Listening with respect, and there's Boosie Arens who's saying, able to easily modify and respond. So that's your flexibility as well. Respect all participants equally. Yes, no favorites and no discrimination against some people, for like personalizing things like we heard earlier on. Create an atmosphere in which everyone knows that there are no stupid questions. Now, can you all see the links back from this to your stories right at the beginning, your good experiences and your bad experiences, and how these facilitation skills actually tie up with that, and these facilitation skills that you are sharing are intended to give people more of the good experiences and not those bad experiences that you might have had as a child or as a young person in your own learning. If you know your content, it makes it easy for you and the learner to understand better. Yes, you must know your topic and know it well and do any research related to it as well. Accommodative. I use many of these blocks. That's good. Listening with respect. Okay, I like the listening with respect. It's the most important one for me. Carry on, go down, screen down. Power to the people, show that we are responsible for change and no one will change things for you. Yes, but yourself, I guess. Giving feedback, be humble and willing to learn. That's important. And Rihanna was saying something, okay, it's respect and integrity from Shane. Okay, anything else? All right, there are lots of interesting stories here. Can we just have the next slide and just see where we are with the slides, because we're coming up for lunchtime and we'll have to look at a convenient place. Okay, next slide. Okay, so we are coming to the end. So the three strands of the art of facilitation is very importantly decolonizing methodologies. And here we come to facilitate. Don't tell people, don't present, don't lecture, and most of all, don't preach. You're not in church and you're not at a university classroom. You want to facilitate a learning process. And listen with respect. Listen, listen, listen. And we saw a lot of that you're already very cognizant, and it's something very common to all of you already. And so in the digital classroom, and we're going to learn a lot more about the digital classroom in the next session after lunch. So I won't go back into it, just to say that a lot of what we talked about here is possible. You can see it's possible. I'm doing this virtually with you. So it's definitely possible in the virtual classroom. And it's also possible in an online classroom, creating the same spaces and using tools for online engagement, like breakaway rooms and allowing groups, small groups to chat with each other, etc. You can still achieve that in the digital classroom as well. Next slide. Okay, so being a facilitator, these are some of your key competencies. And if you want a high standard of professional ethics, you've got to link up what your personal competencies are, what your interpersonal competencies are, and then also the organizational ones. And there's got to be a kind of interconnectedness between all of these for you to be able to facilitate in a way that brings about the kind of change that's needed. You also need to live the Constitution and Bothopele principles, be empathetic about the kinds of challenges people experience, and then also embrace diversity, show that you have tolerance, and then decolonize the curriculum and decolonize your pedagogy as well, which is your teaching methods, and apply Indigenous facilitation. Next slide. So So those are the booklets for the art of facilitation. This will all be online after March. Well, it is online now, but we're busy rebuilding this course. So we'll have the fully digitized program available from next year, the next financial year. Next slide. So now we're going to do the last Mentimeter quickly before lunchtime. And that Mentimeter is, how are you feeling right now, just before going to lunch? How do you feel after this session? So just put your answers in the Mentimeter, please, or put it on the chat. Or you can, even in the rooms, you can put up your hand as well to speak to it. So we can use all these methodologies. Okay, so there's the Mentimeter and there's the code. You can use your one word as a checkout. Someone talked about a check-in, and we're doing a checkout just of this session. We're not checking out for the day, please. You are back after lunch. So empowered and confident. Can some of you put it into the Mentimeter? Then we can save it as a word cloud. Loved it. Thank you. Rejuvenated. I'm glad you feel that way, Barney. Excited, says someone. Thought-provoking, says Shane. What else? Empowered, enriched, conscious. Good, I'm glad you're conscious and conscientious as well, I hope. Refreshed, empowered, ignited, says Kubeshni. Good, eager, present. I'm glad you're all present, haven't fallen asleep yet. And uplifted, hopeful, happy, satisfied, energized, says Nombulelo. Truthful, lovely. Bored, says someone. Oh gosh, I'm very sorry you feel bored about this. Enlightened, eye-opener, interesting, revived, want more, says someone. Transformed, uplifted, tired. Yeah, it's time for lunch. I'm sorry, it is time for lunch. Empowered, says Guguletu. Really excited about this. Interesting presentation. What else can I see? Hopeful, satisfied, good, energized. Okay, non-value adding, says someone. Okay, we're sorry about that. I suppose we can't please everyone. Nomfundo just joined and she found this session interesting. And there will be more this afternoon and tomorrow. So I'm going to give you some homework though, and then tomorrow morning, my colleague Surya is going to check if you did the homework. So let's just look at the last slide, please. Hungry for more. Okay, good. We will try to take you to a restaurant, Jonathan, and serve up more of this. Okay, last slide, which says homework. Okay, so the homework is a reflective question for you to ponder overnight. How will you facilitate your courses to ensure that learners create more of the good type of learning experience and address or change the bad types of experiences that you had all shared in your stories this morning? So what we are looking at here as we end is an art of facilitation and a training of trainers, the delivery of NSG programs to participants from the public sector. And then the idea is the way you deliver it must be so that the public sector officials can fulfill their constitutional mandate and thereby contribute to social justice. So that's how we want to attain decoloniality, through the way we teach and through the kinds of courses we teach as well at the National School of Government. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Dr. Marja, because he's very strict on time. But Dr. Marja, you will forgive me the 4 minutes. I think someone stole some of my time somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muthayan. A round of applause, please. Thank you, thank you. So on the virtual people, there is a hand there, there's an emoji. You press it, does a round of applause. So you could do that. Colleagues, we are going to break for lunch. We must be back at 2:30 because we are going to start exactly on time at 2:30. We will be welcoming Dr. Marita Deval to take us through with Ms. Kulsamfield, the digital space. We started with yourself, we move into the digital space in the afternoon. Remember, you are yellow or red or defrosted. Yellow, I think this side, red, this side, defrosted, virtual. Good luck, enjoy lunch. See you at 2:30.
Thanks. Thanks, everyone.
I'm fine, thank you, sir. All right. I just wanted to find out, am I allowed to request just 2 goodies for my colleagues at National Treasure? They're joining us online. So I told them that you gave us this books journals thing, and then they were interested. You want that book? Yes. You mean the book in the pack of the bag when they give you? Sorry? The books that are in the pack. I was asking if I can ask for 2 people that are my colleagues who are virtually joining. Yes. So I can just ask the people to give me that. Yeah, they must give you must ask them, we have enough copies. All right. And we do encourage distribution. So you can even take 3 if you want. No, that will be great. Thank you very much. Pleasure. All right.
Now, I think we must push colleagues to come in so that we must start. We have only 3 minutes. So, colleagues from the back office, can we just push people to come in? We need to start in 2 minutes. So I don't know whether we must take away their food or we must. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, they scanned me. We need to start. We have 126 colleagues online, which is extremely good. We've been at that number for the most part of the day. In and out, some will log back in. Can we start, colleagues? We need to start. I do have a time disease. Can we, I think we might have to go and fetch people from the restaurants. Like literally say, stand up and come. Sorry, somebody, they are pulling them in, okay. Okay, it's 2:30, so I think we should start. Colleagues, welcome back to the last session of the day, session 3. We are aiming to conclude today at 3:30. So I am keen that we will respect your time as much as you respected our time, which means that we will finish on time in the same way that we started on time. We are going to be led by Ms. Kulsum Field with Dr. Marita Deval to take us through digital issues, issues of equity and equality, so that we then are able to engage at that level. Tomorrow morning will be even more interactive than today. So we'll have breakaways and workshops tomorrow so that we gain a lot more in terms of sharing experiences and knowledge. And then in the afternoon, we'll also be joined by the chair of the Ministerial Task Team on the professionalization of the public sector, Professor Masirumule. So, Kulsum, I hand over to you and Dr. Deval. Fix it for you.
Is that fine? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Marja. Good afternoon, all protocol observed. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Kulsum Field, and I'm from the National School of Government. And I work with Dr. Sell in the curriculum unit. So mine is just a short one, really. It's just to make you aware of the resources that we have available, you know, for virtual classrooms. Zuko. Okay, what do we want to achieve through virtual learning? So I think number one, that's important. We want to grab hold of the learner's attention with the dynamic and interactive storytelling. We want to prepare their brain and spike attention with high impact imagery. And we all know that a presentation without pictures is boring. So, and then also, what's important is we want to control the most important message that we want learners to remember. Because when we have content and content, but if we can get learners to take something away, no matter how small, I think then you've achieved something. So, okay, so I think my colleagues are having some challenges with the presentation, but anyway. So I'm just going to mention a few virtual, a few platforms that we at the NSG use to facilitate or for our training. So as you've seen in previous virtual presentations, you've noticed that actually we are using Zoom at the moment. Zoom is very user-friendly. Then we also have MS Teams, we have Google Meet, and we have Adobe Connect. So please note that all of these platforms, in fact, there's so many more, but they're all available on YouTube. And, you know, YouTube videos, we know if you need to know anything, YouTube is the place to go. So, so I have a slide that's going to show you the features that we have or that we can get on our Zoom platform. Zuko, you can go down. Thank you. So this was just a screenshot that I took from one of our master classes. I've taken the screenshot so that it can actually show you what you will see when using, for example, in this case, we used a webinar platform. You'll notice on the right-hand, is it the right-hand side? On the left-hand side, we've got your participants at the top, and then you can also see the chat. At the bottom, you have your Q&A, you have the polls, which is also very nice. It's a very nice interactive tool to use, because in that way your learners can interact with you. Unlike Mentimeter, this is built into Zoom. So it's just a matter of setting up your questions before the time, and then it will actually pop up during your session. And then you have the share screen. And yeah, what's also nice about Zoom is that you have breakaway rooms, you have whiteboards, and the polls that I told you about. And then your Zoom, once you've had your Zoom session, you actually have access almost immediately to a full recording of your session. You're able to get transcripts from the meeting and also audio if that's all you need. You are also able to save your chat box. Now, if you would have noticed, for example, our virtual attendees, they made use of the chat box. There were lots of inputs that were made on the chat box. A lot of the time you would want to reflect. You can get most of the information from the chat box, so that's also quite nice to have. So that is Zoom. I'd like to now tell you a little bit about Teams. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Teams. Maybe if I can get a show of hands, if your department uses Teams. Yes. There are a lot of departments that use Teams, but people are not necessarily familiar with all of its functionalities. For example, did you know that you can use Teams as a document management system? It's nice because when you're having learners, you can actually load the documents ahead of time. It will allow them to browse the documents and also comment the documents all in one space. And you can create a group. So instead of sending an email to one person at a time, you can actually go to Teams and you can just select on a meeting and automatically you can invite everyone at the same time. And same as Teams, it does record your sessions. Your transcripts are also available. And it also does have breakaway rooms. Okay. I should have, okay. So the host, the person that calls the meeting, there's actually a function on your page that allows you to set up the rooms before the time. So it is available there. And what's nice about MS Teams, which is not necessarily in Zoom, is that you can actually share the chats in the breakaway rooms. So they share individually. So the conversations that you're having in your chat box will save on your MS Teams platform. Okay, so I'm just going to take you through the two that we use. So now if I can move on to applications. So I'm sure now that you all have seen the Mentimeter, it works quite well. But I think from what you've noticed is all of these applications, Mentimeter, Moodle, Whiteboard, and also the Quizlet are very nice applications to use. But be sure that your learners know what it is that you're looking for and that they are familiar with the application. For example, when Dr. Sell had the Mentimeter up, people in the room were not sure what it was that they needed to do, how they needed to access it. So please make sure that your learners are familiar with the application before you put it into use. And also with Mentimeter, you have to set up your questions before the time. You'll notice that when I shared the screen, these questions were already there. What's nice about what's nice about Mentimeter, you'll notice there in the slide that you actually have different formats for Mentimeter. You can use, you can do it in a cloud. You can have multiple choice questions. You can have open-ended questions, which is what we used. And also you can have ranking questions. It's quite versatile. So it really is a very nice tool to use. And also what's nice about it is, like you've noticed, you can access it from any device. All you need to do is go to mentimeter.com and interactive. You don't need to download the app. It is right there, easy to use. So that was just a screenshot there of how you would set up a presentation in Mentimeter. And as you can see there, that is your results that you get immediately. This is nice because your participants can actually see, oh, there's my comment. My comment is being there, and it's actually quite exciting. And then also, again, it has so many different colors. You can also change pictures in the background. You can really do a lot with it. Yeah, so I've already cleared that. So I think that is all from me, really. It was really just short and to the point. But I think the idea is just to let you know that there are lots of resources out there. Make your presentation fun. Yes, content is important, but at the end of the day, you want to be able to connect with the learners and be able to take something away. And I think also, I mean, as you've noticed in this session, you want them to be able to reflect on what they want to bring across. Remember, you as a facilitator, we all might have the same content, but we all bring it across differently. So make your presentation fun. Thank you.
Thank you, Coulson. Without further ado, I'm just going to start my presentation. We have already been introduced. I was asked by the curriculum unit to address you today and to present to you today on the pedagogies for virtual classrooms. Thank you very much for this invitation. My name is Marietta de Waal. My presentation today will be about the pedagogies, and with pedagogies, the term pedagogies refer to the methods and practice of education, training, and development. And I'm sure you've used and heard the abbreviation ETD today on many occasions. So the objective for this presentation is to share with you some good practice experiences in the virtual classroom, with a focus on developing good, positive learning relations, using different learning spaces and technology in the virtual classroom to engage diverse course participants in interactive, participatory, collaborative, and experiential learning. So my focus today will be on the creation of these relations and the use of different technology. Coulson, can I just hear from you, anyone else? Am I visible and am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. We are all on a learning curve. I don't know where your learning curve has started. I know where my learning curve has started, and it has been a very steep learning curve for me. So don't feel you have to know everything instantaneously. That is not required. We are all on the learning curve. We are all still getting used to and developing our skills in the virtual classroom. Comparing our skills that we use in face-to-face settings compared to what we have in the virtual classroom, There are many ways in which we can pick up on verbal and non-verbal cues in a face-to-face environment. And it's much more difficult in a virtual space. We don't have all the information. As a matter of fact, many times we just see a picture or just a name of a person in front of us, and that is certainly a barrier for many people. Our ordinary interpersonal skills to create a conducive learning environment is not always as easy. So we need additional skills to manage interaction. We need to understand how power works in the digital classroom. We need to understand how to build relationships, including trust, and how to use technology to engage participants and to manage their progress. Now, one of the main problems is this lack of physical contact or close contact, and many people feel this robs them of interaction and warmth in the digital classroom. So we need to learn new skills, and those skills basically are, firstly, your familiarity with the required tools, and secondly, your thoughtfulness or resourcefulness in incorporating multimedia that are relevant to your course, that are relevant to your course participants. So those are some of the challenges. And in a way, it also makes it easier for us because we are in control. You are sitting in front of your computer and you are in control. As Kulsum has pointed out, there are many different tools and techniques that can be used. So for us to just prepare and know where we are. I have a little short self-assessment just to assist us to gauge where we are on the learning curve. So there is a poll that you can take. The poll details will be on your on chat or on the WhatsApp. It will be shared with you. Alternatively, you can just work through the self-assessment levels on my screen. Where are you? Are you on a level 1? Maybe this should have been a level 0 with little or no proficiency or experience in the virtual environment. Or are you on a level 2 with limited proficiency? You have some understanding. Perhaps you have been a participant yourself. Or are you on level 3? You have facilitated training. You have some experience. And you can perform some of the key tasks in the learning in the virtual classroom. Or are you on an advanced level where you consistently use virtual classrooms and you are able to apply the digital pedagogies and embed the technology in your classroom? Or do you have exceptional proficiency to the extent that you can coach others, that you can assist others to use virtual classrooms? So if you are able to access the poll, please use the poll and the information will come through to us. Alternatively, if you are sitting in the venue, please just reflect. And perhaps when we come to the end of the session and we have question and answers, then we can reflect on where we are and perhaps what our required level of proficiency is. And of course, this training event has been arranged to assist you to grow, to be exposed and to be introduced to the technology and to the requirements in the virtual classroom. Now, Dr. Sal and Kulsum have also spoken about the shift that we need to make. It's a shift in the mindset, it's a shift in what we do and how we approach training and learning and ETD interventions. And one of the key methods that the School of Government uses, and we can also see it in the training that we are currently hosting, we follow a blended learning approach, which means a mixed space, mixed learning of virtual synchronous and asynchronous learning. With synchronous learning, we refer to real time. What we are having now is synchronous. But Dr. Sal, for example, has given you homework to do. That's an example of asynchronous learning. In other words, after the session. So some programs incorporate interactive tutorial-based training led by an online facilitator. You may have been part of one of those courses of the School of Government, which is on the Moodle e-learning site. Our curriculum at the School of Government is oftentimes problem-based, and the role of the facilitator is then to use facilitation skills to develop the skills of the participant to solve real-life problems in the public sector. Many learning programs already make use of case studies, and some of the programs use simulation-based training. Some of you may have undergone the Art of Facilitation training program, and in that course we simulate a learning environment to provide us participants with the opportunity to practice tools of virtual learning, and Dr. Sal has referred to that. So these are some of the ways in which we are currently incorporating virtual learning and digital technology into the classroom. I would like to come to the issue of creating learning relations. Now, looking at this slide, it is important to place the participant at the center of our virtual classroom rather than the technology. If your focus is participant-centered, then the technology becomes not your primary focus. So following a participant-centered approach, the relationship between the facilitator and the participants is technologically mediated, but your primary focus is on creating the relationship with your participants. And likewise, another component of the learning relationship exists among the participants themselves as peers. And that relationship is also technologically mediated. Now, tomorrow you will have an opportunity to go to breakout rooms and you will be able to experience this firsthand. This opportunity that is created for learning among peers themselves. So it is useful and it helps not to feel overwhelmed by the technology if your focus remains on creating the learning relationships and your focus remains on your participants rather than the technology. You plan for the technology in advance and use different learning spaces created and provided by technology. So this slide is basically it contains the same elements as the previous slide. And again, the facilitator relies on technology. The participants rely on technology for their learning. Now here lies the crux of the matter. Facilitators traditionally rely heavily on presentations based on the course materials. And the presentation forms the basis of their questions or answers, the facilitation of discussions in the virtual classroom. Now, the virtual classroom, and I will elaborate on this in a moment, how we use collaborative learning and not just this kind of discussion. And you have seen an illustration of this morning in how Dr. Sal facilitated her session. So experiential and collaborative learning takes place mostly in the breakout rooms and through the learning activities, and not by presenting in an old school style of a lecture. And this is one of the key differences between face-to-face learning and learning in the virtual space. Participants also need to make that mind shift. They are not going to receive an abundance of information, but their learning takes place through collaboration. And that is a key mind shift for our participants to make, as well as for facilitators. So the virtual classroom, we rely in the School of Government, we have started to use the flipped classroom approach. And I would like to just elaborate a little bit on how we use the flipped classroom approach. Why do we call it flipped? It is flipped because it is exactly the opposite of what we are used to. If you can think back, and Dr. Sell asked you to think back of your good and your bad learning experiences. And perhaps one of the bad learning experiences was going to a classroom almost empty, then receiving a whole lot of information, being a little bit overwhelmed by that, and being even more overwhelmed by the long list of tasks that you have to complete after hours as homework. I remember I used to hate those long hours of doing homework after school. So the flipped classroom does exactly the opposite. There's a before, a during, and an after element to the flipped classroom. Before the session even starts, the participants receive information, resources, they receive their reading work, and they can receive that online. Usually it is electronically available. So they have access to the resources ahead of time. They can do their reading in their own time, do the knowledge quizzes. So we incorporate these knowledge checks to also guide the learners as to what is important in the reading, what is it that they need to focus on. And this can be done individually. That is preceding the contact session. Now, during the virtual classroom facilitation, it is ideal to use this very precious time and resources for learner collaboration. This is the time when we focus on discussion, on problem solving, on working through case studies and practical exercises and other learning activities, and not just taking a person or taking a group through a PowerPoint presentation. As a matter of fact, we make PowerPoint presentations available to the participants ahead of time, so they can work through the PowerPoint in their own time, or we make it available afterwards. And that also assists them to prepare adequately. The focus remains on collaboration. This has become a key method of learning. And the beauty of this collaborative approach to learning in the virtual classroom is the greater extent or level of choice and independence and autonomy and control of participants. In the past, our curriculums were well defined. What is included, what is excluded in the curriculum, and participants were in a way limited to the extent and the scope of the curriculum. In the online environment, that changes through hyperlinks to external texts, to external websites, to additional learning. Our participants now have the opportunity to engage in a different manner through technology, but also to drive and to guide and to follow their own, to self-learn what they need in terms of skills or knowledge. They can look it up. They can do additional reading. They can follow external links, go to websites. So our curriculum is much more flexible at the moment. And in a way, it helps us to overcome the limitations of materials that could become a little bit outdated, or if new information becomes available in the virtual environment, it's much easier to clip a news report, to clip an announcement that has been made, For example, in this presentation, one could already go back to the presentation of the president last night and incorporate that in your presentation. Or before a session, you can go to the news or follow up on current issues, so that your presentation, your interaction with your participants remain very current and very up to date. The issue around psychological safety has been mentioned earlier today, and I want to emphasize that as well. And I wonder to what extent you feel psychologically safe if you have joined this training session virtually. And I wonder if we can compare that to how safe or unsafe participants feel who are in the room at the moment. Now, some people perceive the online environment as safe because of the absence of direct contact, while other people feel very intimidated or exposed. And it's quite important for facilitators to recognize the different ways in which people respond in the virtual environment. It is part of your role as facilitator to ensure psychological safety for everyone in the virtual classroom. How can this be done? Take a moment, just reflect on your own feelings. How do you feel? What could make and how can you make it better for everyone in your classroom to feel safe? What makes you feel more comfortable? What makes you feel uncomfortable? Would you like it if I just randomly choose a name and say, Mr. So-and-so, what is your opinion on this? Point to people. How would that encourage participation? Would that encourage people to be engaged? If you find a person is not, there's no one behind the name, if you ask a person to switch the video or audio on and there's no response, how will you respond to that? Will you start attacking the person? Will you be aggressive? Will you be disappointed? It's useful if you can think in advance of responses and of ways to engage people that will for them to remain safe. My screen keeps on coming back to this slide. So I want to spend a little bit of time on the issue around inclusivity, because this is a very important aspect of our virtual classrooms. And the picture that I have on my slide reflects a game and participation in a game. And I wonder to what extent we can use this metaphor of a game and apply this to our virtual classroom. The reality is, for many people, participants, there's a huge digital divide in terms of access, in terms of bandwidth, in terms of connectivity and accessibility, or the device that people have available. So the reality is one of inequality, of barriers to access. And now I'm only referring to access in terms of connectivity. What about other points? What about other barriers that people face with regard to disability, perhaps, with regard to issues of gender, or race, language, culture? All of these factors can contribute to a person feeling safe, feeling free, feeling at ease to participate equally with others in the group. So we have certain measures that we have put in place through the School of Government in the public sector. But the reality is, and Dr. Salas pointed that out earlier on, Oftentimes, persons with disabilities are excluded. Persons who are not comfortable or confident in training are excluded. And I know in the provinces, you take special measures to ensure that you have that you bring diverse groups to the training. But practical matters such as travel and accessibility of venues can often prevent public servants from entering the classroom and also entering and participating in the virtual classroom. So we do have issues of accessibility in the face-to-face environment as well as in the virtual environment. The critical questions that we need to ask ourselves all the time is, who is being left out? Who's not in the classroom? Who are the silent persons? Why are they silent? What are they entitled to do? How are their rights being met or not met? And what are these rights that we are talking about? What are your obligations? And what specific actions do we need to take as facilitators to ensure that those rights, as we see them as principles in the Constitution, we see them as principles for public administration and management in Chapter 10 of the Constitution. We see it in the Bill of Rights as well as Batupele and other documents in the public service. Those remain our obligations to bring these principles of participation, of non-discrimination and empowerment into our virtual classrooms, as we have done in the past in the face-to-face learning. We need to do that in the virtual classrooms as well, and being mindful of additional barriers due to connectivity issues. Bringing a human rights-based approach into your classroom would really go a long way to ensure inclusivity, to ensure participation, engagement of your participants. And the question remains, how do we do that? And there are many ways, and perhaps you can use this opportunity to just reflect and make some notes or respond in the chat box if you have joined virtually. What are your interpersonal skills that you can use to bring a group of diverse participants to feel safe, to feel included in the virtual classroom? If I can use the list of skills on my slide as a checkbox and ask you to go through these skills, interpersonal skills, and gauge and evaluate yourself. What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What are points that you may want to elaborate, to develop further in terms of communication, in terms of resolving disagreements in your classroom, in your virtual classroom? How would you handle if people take totally opposite viewpoints? How will you bring those viewpoints together? How will you solve problems and teamwork, collaboration? How do you listen? Do you listen with a view of responding? Are you listening empathetically to understand the person, especially if there's a language barrier or a communication barrier? Do you have the requisite patience and skills to hear what a person says, even if the language is difficult or the communication is broken? Listening with empathy, respect. My slides keep on running away from me. And I'm not at thank you. I'm sorry, I'm still busy. There's no thank you yet. Our listening skills, our empathy, and in the next activity, we will do an empathy map, which may help us to develop the empathy for a diverse group of participants. Let me come to my empathy map. Yeah, some of you may already be familiar with the empathy map. You may have used this on previous occasions. And today I want you to just put yourself in the shoes, in the seat, in the wheelchair of a person, of a diverse group of persons, persons coming from different cultural backgrounds, different genders. Perhaps at this point, it would be useful if you can imagine yourself in somebody else's shoes, a person who's very different from yourself, perhaps a person that you don't know very well, who could be a participant in your classroom, in your virtual classroom. By putting yourself in their shoes or in their seat, a person with a chronic pain condition, a person with a communication disability, a person from another language group or religious group or cultural group. What is it that they see and hear in your classroom? What is it that they think and feel and say and do in your classroom? What can you do as a facilitator to ensure your participants interact effectively in a virtual training session, given the vast diversity of people in the public sector? How can you encourage deep thinking in a virtual training session? How can you encourage diverse course participants to collaborate, to work as a team? From our experience in the face-to-face classroom, we've seen how difficult it is for people to work in groups. Do you think it is more difficult or easier to work in a virtual space when you can't see other people and you don't know whether people can actually participate fully and effectively, perhaps due to breaks in communication, breaks in connectivity? What can you do as a facilitator to ensure the collaborative work in breakout rooms, which you will practice tomorrow? What can you do? And Kulsum has mentioned some of these skills, technologies that can be used for collaboration. If you are able to access the empathy map, you can post your inputs on the collaborative whiteboard with the empathy map. I have used Mural here, and I really want to encourage you to start using different apps, explore different apps to enhance collaboration in your classroom. And lastly, what can you do as a facilitator to help your participants feel safe? Now, using the empathy map can be a useful way of putting yourself in the shoes of another person, taking a participant-centered approach and not a technology-centered approach or a facilitator-centered approach. The issue, perhaps the strategy lies in sufficient planning, and Kulsum has alluded to that as well. You cannot rely on technology to provide instant solutions. It doesn't happen automatically. You need to plan for that. You need to familiarize yourself with the tools available to you. Before I come to my next section, I just want to make sure that I can see. Thank you for sharing the mural. I want to see if there are a few chats that I can respond to. Thank you. I'm seeing the levels from people who have responded. I'm seeing level 1, level 2, level 3 in terms of proficiency. perhaps if we ask ourselves where we are now, comparing to where we want to be, and when we want to reach the level of proficiency that we aspire to. So thank you for those inputs. In summary, before I come to questions and answers and further inputs, in this session, in this presentation, the objective was to develop a deeper understanding of the opportunities and challenges of the virtual classroom and digital delivery, digital learning environment. We noted some of the key differences between face-to-face facilitation and virtual classroom facilitation. There are some similarities. There are some differences. There are huge differences. There are virtual classrooms solve some of our problems that we've had in face-to-face delivery, but it certainly creates another set of difficulties that we need to deal with. We have noted the opportunities for developing learner relations. If we take and using different learning spaces in the virtual classroom, for example, the flipped classroom, blended learning approaches, tools for collaboration, for effective learning, the greater opportunities for participant and learner autonomy and participation in the decisions regarding what to be included, skills that are needed, problems that need to be solved in the public sector. So a much greater extent of flexibility and issues that can be included in the virtual environment. We've also noted in this session the need for psychological safety in the virtual classroom, which is created through an empathetic approach to inclusivity, equality, and equity. And I hope the picture that I've showed you with the different levels of inclusivity, where the current reality is and the mechanisms, the methodologies that we use to ensure inclusivity would stay with you. And thinking about your virtual classroom and preparing your materials, preparing your tools and technologies, the picture would stay with you. Together with the picture of the empathy map to assist you to put yourself in the seat, in the shoes, in the wheelchair, with the hearing aid of another person, or seeing your course materials on a screen reader. Be mindful of the need for reasonable accommodation in our virtual classrooms. The human rights approach to education, training, and development, and the constitutional values of public management and administration continue to guide us as facilitators in the virtual classroom, as much as it has guided us in face-to-face delivery. As facilitators of the National School of Government, we have an obligation to ensure inclusivity and the equal right of all participants in their diversity to participate in the ETD interventions of the School of Government in the virtual space as well. At this point, I would again like to look at the chat function. And if there are questions from the audience, I would be happy to take those questions as well. If there are other questions, you are welcome to put that in the chat as well. I see the note here. If we think of participants who come from rural areas, we need to be very mindful that we do not have a singular picture of what our participants look like. I would like to hear from other people as well what your participants look like. Many of us travel across the country to facilitate groups in different spaces. And we are aware of the mix and the difference between our rural participants and our urban participants. And that also, of course, is an important point in accessibility to virtual classrooms. I'm going to stop my screen share at this point, and I would like to invite questions from the floor. If there are any, I would like to also call on my colleagues who are in the meeting to assist, especially with the difficult questions. Thank you very much. Are there any questions, Dr. Macha? If you are still the program director, if you could assist us with this, please.
Yeah, I think it's on. Thank you, Dr. Duval. Much appreciated. And Ms. Field, thank you very much. We do have, I saw a few hands. There's a gentleman here who has his hand up. You can go ahead, sir. It's not on. Yep.
I think it's on now. Yep. Thank you, Program Director, and to the two speakers for an informative session. It's a small question, or rather a comment, that I feel maybe we need to know more about it. You know, you talked about ensuring the classroom is safe for learners. I'm looking now at issues of safety and security, and since we are working for the government, we have a duty to protect certain information breaches. We are not talking a lot about the challenges or the risks associated with the different platforms that we are introduced to here. So when you think about POPIA Act, we hear that some of these platforms, people come in to steal information. Phishing takes place and all those kind of things. So I would like to hear more when you consider the different platforms, what are the security features and the risks associated with that aspect? Thanks.
Dr. Duval, I don't see any other hand.
Dr. Macha, perhaps you can assist here with responding, because this is an issue, I think, for the entire School of Government and not necessarily around the learning experiences in the classroom. Of course, one would, in the digital environment, reach an agreement with your course participants, as we've always done, your housekeeping rules, your give and gains, to make sure that people understand this is an environment where information is shared, and information will stay in this virtual classroom, and people should feel safe to share certain information. But I understand that the question goes beyond that. It goes to issues of phishing and of stealing information. And I think the way in which the Zoom meetings are set up with the security features provided by Zoom would go a long way to protect the digital classroom from that kind of unethical conduct.
Yeah.
That is from my part.
Yes, I mean, from us as the National School of Government, we've purchased these platforms that we use, and we have the necessary licenses. When you purchase these platforms and you get these licenses, they do come with certain security features, and the owners of these platforms do carry some responsibility in assisting us in terms of those security features. It is different from when you're using the free platforms, which will not give you as much security as the ones that you purchase as part of a licensing thing. But the question you're raising is about cybersecurity. And the reality is that with this shift to online, the risks that we've all experienced around cybersecurity have increased. We were hacked as the National School of Government twice last year. And it was a very difficult process of data recovery because they needed a ransom. So Justice was hacked sometime last month or so. So that risk is there, but we have to do the best we can to put the necessary firewalls, to put the necessary securities. We at the school have become much wiser. So our colleagues in our IT space have increasingly mastered the art of how to buffer some of the security risks. But what is very important also about buffering these security risks is that it's not the responsibility of IT on its own. The biggest risk, the biggest cybersecurity risk is us who are in this room. Because when you get that email that says you've won 10 million, when you know, and you open it because you think it is possible in this world in 2021, that you can just wake up and get 10 million. That's the risk, because that is when they then access. They use us, ordinary public servants, to access and break down the security walls that our departments have put in place. So we are the security that our government needs, and we are the security that we need to always be alert. And you can see the heading. You can see firstly that I don't know this person. Secondly, you can see it says an award. I mean, no one in life gives you money without you working hard for it. So you click it and you mark it as spam. And when you do that, then the IT people are able to see where the problem is and it can be buffered. We've done a lot of that education ourselves at the school to say to employees of the school, when you are on the system, just be careful, just be much more circumspect. But we must do all these things, but the risks will remain, unfortunately. Even the biggest companies in the world, they get hacked. So that's one thing. Colleagues, what I want to do is to then thank Dr. Tival and Ms. Field by trying to conclude really what we were trying to do today, so that we leave here with a clearer sense of what we were trying to deal with. So remember, here we're focusing on trainer professionalization. What are the things that we need to do to professionalize public sector trainers? So we then said this morning, let's start with the trainers themselves as human beings. And we had a long conversation with Dr. Muthayan around what does it mean to you as a public sector trainer? Who are you as a public sector trainer? How do you identify yourself as a public service trainer? What values, what ethos do you espouse as a public service trainer? So we focused on the person. We didn't focus a lot on the materials, and we will do that at another session, because there is a big conversation around content that we've not delved deeper into. Dr. Muthayan did talk about content is not enough. You can have the best content. If you as a facilitator are the worst, you can turn something good into something bad. So we didn't focus a lot on that because there's just so much you can do in 2 days. What we were beginning to do this afternoon with Ms. Field and Dr. Tival is to talk around delivery modes of delivery. So you assume, now the facilitator is in good shape. We didn't talk about content. You assume content is in good shape. Then you say, so how am I going to deliver this thing? And we were biased in favor of digital because of the space we are in. As I said this morning, the good old days are gone. There is the new world that we are grappling with, and many of us are unfamiliar with this new space, and we deliberately then focused on this new space. We will have another session at some point to talk about tools. Dr. Duval hinted one or two of them, because you see, when you teach, you have to worry about what tools will I need to be able to share the knowledge better. Materials are not tools. Your content is not a tool, it's content. Tools talk to things like case studies. They talk to things like simulators that we use. We use a lot of airline industry simulators at the National School to teach executives, and we use pilots as examples to teach executives on how to lead and how to execute with diligence. And we are talking more and more now about what we call case studies for teaching case studies. Because it is when you relate to people's own experiences that they tend to appreciate, assimilate, understand you more. Dr. Mthayan spoke about one of the tools, storytelling. So storytelling is a tool, so we touched on it. But there are many other tools that go into the teaching and learning process. So that was today. And then tomorrow we will be led by Dr. Izzy Malati, who will be the program director, and Ms. Soria Arens will take us through specific workshops that will delve deeper and deeper into some of these conversations. Please do not look at these 2 days at the end of the world. We are just touching in these 2 days, less than 5% of the things that we need to deal with in order to professionalize public sector trainers. We are going to have to keep on having these sessions to touch on all the other ingredients that go into being a professional public sector trainer that will assist us to achieve this capable developmental state. We were scanned with something when we were coming in. I hope you were able to have your tag scanned. If not, please, before you leave, just make sure that your tag is scanned. There is a barcode here. It just reminds us that you were not sleeping during the day. And then we will know that we'll be expecting you tomorrow. So tomorrow, we are back here. We are back here and we are starting tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, when the program director will then open, and then we will have all those sessions that I spoke about until the end of the day. Colleagues, let me take this opportunity to thank you for being a good sport. Continue to social distance, look after yourself, travel safely. All the best. See you tomorrow.